Chapter 3187. Are you certain? As soon as Ling Yi finished speaking, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, narrowed his eyes and stared at Ling Yi. Lord Dongnan, I'm certain. Ling Yi nodded confidently. Lord Dongnan, if you don't believe me, you can investigate this matter. After all, Duan Lingtian is quite famous in the borderlands of the 6 southeastern regions. Many people know that there's a beautiful woman by his side. Previously, when she was with him, she always wore a veil and a bamboo hat when she was outside. Come to think of it, the reason why such a beautiful woman wore a veil and a bamboo hat was because she didn't want to cause trouble because of her peerless beauty. Ling Yi revealed everything he knew about Duan Lingtian. All right. I'll look into this matter. Also, you'll follow me to the Phantom Fox clan's estate for the time being. If what you said is true, I won't mistreat you. Zhang Dongnan's voice turned cold as he looked at Ling Yi. However, if I find out that you lied to me, don't even think about leaving the Phantom Fox clan alive. Lord Dongnan, I can follow you. However, I'm afraid you'll have to inform my organization first. Ling Yi did not seem to feel guilty at all. I have a way to contact the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. You don't have to worry about that. Zhang Dongnan said indifferently. As soon as Zhang Dongnan finished speaking, he nodded at Sitiyu before he brought the 2 old men and Ling Yi back to the Phantom Fox clan. Sitiyu did not say anything when Zhang Dongnan brought Ling Yi away. After all, he knew it was useless for him to say anything. After all, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was a celestial lord. Apart from that, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan was a celestial lord as well. Sitiyu would have to resort to assassination to deal with the 2 old men behind the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. The Phantom Fox clan's methods were too strange. He had fought with Zhang Jinhai before. Although their cultivation bases, profundities, and celestial weapons were on par with each other, Zhang Jinhai was able to defeat him with his illusion divine ability. Send a message back to inform Vice Chief Chun of this matter, Sitiyu said to the remaining Blood Skull Gang assassin behind him. The assassin nodded and sent out a message. The Blood Skull Gang had more than one vice leader. Sitiyu did not know which vice leader the Phantom Fox clan was acquainted with. Therefore, he asked his men to contact Qingyuan Shan, the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Now, the mission to deal with Duan Lingtian was personally handled by Qingyuan Shan. On the other side, on the way back to the Phantom Fox clan's estate, Zhang Jinhai, who was following behind Zhang Dongnan, could not help but say, Lord Patriarch, if what Ling Yi said is true, that woman must be in the profound nether mansion right now. She might even be with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, there's no doubt the profound nether mansion has something to do with the deaths of our 2 clansmen. Zhang Yanting said. Everything you've said is ultimately just a guess. Do you have any proof? Are we supposed to search the profound nether mansion ourselves? Zhang Dongnan said indifferently. When the 2 heard this, they fell silent for a moment. There are many grade 6 celestial mansions under the 10 major clans in the southern heaven territory. However, the only one I'm truly afraid of is the profound nether mansion. A hint of dread could be seen in Zhang Dongnan's eyes as he continued to say, My father told me there's a powerful celestial lord hidden in the profound nether mansion. He's not much weaker than a titled celestial lord. His strength is even comparable to the patriarchs of some of the 10 great clans. When Zhang Dongnan said this, it wasn't just Zhang Jinhai and Zhang Yanting who were frightened. Even Ling Yi, who was on the side, was frightened. One had to know that the patriarchs of the 10 great clans were all powerful immortal emperors. Ordinary immortal emperors couldn't be compared to them at all. And now, Zhang Dongnan was telling them, there was a hidden celestial lord in the profound nether mansion. How could they not be shocked? That person is said to be the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound nether mansion. In terms of seniority, he should be the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. Zhang Dongnan continued. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion? Zhang Jinhai's eyes widened slightly. Lord Patriarch, I remember when we visited the profound nether mansion. The mansion master of the profound nether mansion said Duan Lingtian is the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Doesn't this mean Duan Lingtian is protected by that powerhouse? Zhang Zhenhai's eyes were filled with dread when he spoke. You only realize this now? Zhang Zhenhai shook his head. We don't have any evidence. Even if we did, we wouldn't be able to prove it. To put it bluntly, the profound nether mansion isn't afraid of the Phantom Fox clan at all. In fact, even 3 Phantom Foxes might not be a threat to the profound nether mansion. As the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, Zhang Zhenhai was well aware of the profound nether mansion's strength. He knew the profound nether mansion was the strongest force in the southern heaven territory below grade 5 forces. Naturally, not many people in the southern heaven territory were aware of this. If the profound nether mansion is so powerful, why would the azure green mansion dare to go against them? Zhang Yunting had heard about the conflict between the profound nether mansion and the azure green mansion. Indeed, there's conflict between them. However, have you heard of any of the stronger celestial kings from either side dying? Zhang Dongnan said. The conflict between the profound nether mansion and the azure green mansion is just a small matter. There's no way the profound nether mansion's celestial lords would lower themselves to deal with the juniors. Realization dawned on Zhang Yunting when he heard Zhang Dongnan's words. The profound nether mansion is so powerful? Is the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion as strong as the clan leaders of the 10 major clans? And now, Duan Lingtian is the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion? Lin Yi followed behind Zhang Dongnan and the other 2. When he heard their conversation, he felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet to his head. He did not expect the profound nether mansion to be so powerful. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a high status. If we kill Duan Lingtian outside the profound nether mansion, do you think the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion won't know about it? Will he let it go so easily? Thinking of this, Ling Yi couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I think it's better for us to inform the vice leader of this matter. I'm sure the vice leader knows about the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and Duan Lingtian's current status as the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion. Ling Yi sent a message back to the Blood Skull Gang and to Qingyuan Shan, the deputy leader. Who's that? Duan Lingtian is the Imperial Tutor of the profound nether mansion? According to Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, the old man from the profound nether mansion is still in the profound nether mansion? Chen Yuan Shan's expression changed drastically when he received Ling Ye's message. It seems like we have to let the leader decide on this matter. Let's see if we should continue with the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. While Qin Yuan Shan was looking for the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang, he also sent a message to Situ and Duan Lingtian outside the profound nether mansion, telling them not to act rashly even if they saw Duan Lingtian leaving the mansion. Situ and Situ were confused. What was going on? In the profound nether mansion. In the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. After Duan Lingtian returned from the mansion master of the profound nether mansion, he went back to cultivating. With the help of the celestial fruits and celestial pills given to him by the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. When Huaner woke up and gave him the supreme powerhouse divinity, he went to sleep while Huaner began to cultivate. The cycle repeated itself endlessly. Half a month later, Huaner had completely absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the Ice King's celestial fruit and the Fire King's celestial fruit, and successfully became a one basic celestial king. As expected of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Not only is her cultivation speed fast, but she's also able to absorb the medicinal efficacy of the celestial fruits so quickly. Although Duan Lingtian had expected this, he could not help but sigh emotionally when he heard about Huaner's breakthrough. Duan Lingtian was about to cultivate when he received a message from the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. I've received news that the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan has sent his men to the borderlands of the southern heaven territory after returning to the Phantom Fox clan. Do you think it has something to do with the woman next to you? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked. The borderlands? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. It seems like the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan is aware of something. Is it the Blood Skull Gang? As for how the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan found out about the Borderlands, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan must have leaked the information to him. If I knew this would happen, I would have asked Senior to kill those 3 assassins. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, streaks of killing intent flashed in his eyes as though they were about to devour someone. Mansion Master, we're from the Borderlands. Duan Lingtian replied. Do you need me to send someone to deal with the Phantom Fox clan's men? Since the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan sent someone to the Borderlands, it means he knows something and wants to confirm it. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion sent a message to Duan Lingtian. It was as though he would send someone to deal with the Phantom Fox clan's men as soon as Duan Lingtian gave the order. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian stopped the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. Let him investigate. Even if we kill him, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan will send someone else to deal with the matter. Although Duan Lingtian appeared calm on the surface, he felt a sense of foreboding. In truth, he was filled with a sense of crisis. The Blood Skull Gang must have found out a lot about me in the Borderlands, including the fact that Juana and I were together. Juana was outside the Profound Nether Mansion's estate for a long time, so the Blood Skull Gang's assassins must have seen her. As long as Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, interrogates the assassins, he'll definitely be able to find out about Juana and me. I'm afraid Zhang Dongnan already knows Juana is in the Profound Nether Mansion. Chapter 3188. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian left his room. To be safe, he went to look for the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion to see if the Profound Nether Mansion would be able to stop the Phantom Fox clan. After all, he did not know much about the Phantom Fox clan's strength. Although the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had said the Profound Nether Mansion was not afraid of the Phantom Fox clan, he did not think it was a lie. Senior! Duan Lingtian went straight to the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion and said, I'm afraid it won't be long before the Phantom Fox clan comes to the Profound Nether Mansion. Is the Profound Nether Mansion able to protect my sister? Duan Lingtian asked with a grim expression on his face. What's going on? The old man was still unaware of the situation. The Phantom Fox clan's leader must have found out about us through the Blood Skull Gang's assassins. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent someone to investigate the place where I used to live. Duan Lingtian told the old man everything the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion had told him. Why is the Phantom Fox clan following Juana? Why is the Phantom Fox clan's leader targeting Juana? The old man asked. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Senior, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's too important for me to tell you. I'm here to ask you if the Phantom Fox clan's leader will be able to protect Juana if he comes to the Profound Nether Mansion to ask for Juana. This was Duan Lingtian's true purpose of coming here. So, that's what you're worried about. The old man shook his head. Didn't I tell you the Phantom Fox clan won't dare to act recklessly in front of the Profound Nether Mansion? You don't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you, I just want to confirm it. Duan Lingtian felt slightly awkward. After all, he had come to look for the old man because he doubted the old man's words. However, after listening to the old man's words, he knew the old man was not lying. Don't worry. Let alone the Phantom Fox clan, the Profound Nether Mansion wouldn't be afraid even if there were 2 more branch clans in the Southern Heaven territory. Based on the old man's words, it was clear he did not care about the Phantom Fox clan at all. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. You can focus on your cultivation and raise your cultivation base as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about anything else as long as I'm in the Profound Nether Mansion. The old man said. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian thanked the old man with a serious expression before he left to cultivate. After Duan Lingtian left, the old man's eyes glinted as he muttered to himself. It seems like that girl is the 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox that the Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province is looking for. The main Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province has offered a reward in the black market. Anyone who can provide information about the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox will be rewarded handsomely. That reward, even I am tempted. The old man shook his head and smiled. However, there's nothing I can do about it. Since I've placed all my bets on that lad, I can only follow him to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man continued to sit by the lake and fish. He resumed his calm and collected demeanor as if nothing had happened. Time continued to pass by quietly. During this time, Duan Lingtian had left the divine offering land. His friends and family who were in various mundane realms had their own encounters as well. Naturally, most of them did not have any fortuitous encounters. Only a small number of them had fortuitous encounters. However, even if he did not encounter any amazing fortuitous encounters, he had been in the realm of gods, the world of divine offering. He had absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy there and was baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy. Now that he had returned to the mundane realm, his cultivation speed was much faster than before. In fact, it was difficult to find anyone in the mundane realms whose cultivation speed was comparable to theirs. The Purple Spike realm was one of the many mundane realms in the colossal world. Moreover, it was a large mundane realm with countless planets. And Xuanai, you should leave now. I'll lure these people away. You can avenge me in the future. In a star field outside a planet, a handsome figure stood there and spoke to a young woman with a solemn expression. The person who spoke was a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. However, a hint of anxiety could be seen on his face at this moment. Nian Tian, you should leave now. If I can't even take care of you, how am I supposed to face Brother Ling Tian and Sister Fei in the future? The young woman had a face that could topple the world. Her every move seemed to make everything around her pale in comparison. These two people were none other than Duan Yen Tian and Han Xuanai, who were sent away from the divine offering land by Xiajie. Both of them were sent to the same mundane realm. Although they were separated in the beginning, it did not take long before Han Xuanai found Duan Yen Tian. Many years later, Duan Yen Tian had grown from an ignorant child into a young man. And Xuanai. Duan Yen Tian was about to say something when he heard the sound of wind whistling in the distance. In just a blink of an eye, he and Han Xuanai were surrounded. You won't be modest anymore since you won't be able to run away. There were 20 to 30 people surrounding Duan Yen Tian and Han Xuanai. The leader was an old woman who was riding a strange beast that resembled a lion or tiger. She held a crooked walking stick in her hand. Granny, are you with them? Lu Ping Wu Wu Gao Ji 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 Gao Ji? Are you with me? 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 A middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes stood next to the old woman as he stared coldly at Duan Yen Tian and Han Xuanai. It was these two people who had killed his only son. Humph! Duan Yen Tian glared at the middle-aged man. If your son didn't pester my aunt, we wouldn't have attacked him. He deserved to die. A hint of anger could be seen on Duan Yen Tian's youthful face as he glared at the middle-aged man. Yen Tian, why are you wasting your breath on them? If they want to fight, let's fight. Han Xuanai shouted. With a raise of her hand, energy surged out of her body and transformed into a dazzling light blade that slashed the three people standing nearby. Although she had killed 3 people in an instant, she did not feel happy at all. After all, these 3 people were the weakest in the group. You're seeking death. As soon as Han Xuanai made her move, the old woman who was the leader of the group was infuriated. She shouted coldly before she made her move as well. Her target was Han Xuanai. At the same time, the middle-aged man beside him also flew toward Duan Yen Tian. As for the other people brought by the old woman and the middle-aged man, they also charged toward Duan Yen Tian. The old woman was the strongest person present, followed by Han Xuanai and the middle-aged man. However, when the old woman made her move, Han Xuanai was completely suppressed. As for Duan Yen Tian, although he was not any weaker than the others, he was slightly weaker than the middle-aged man. Due to this reason, he was at a disadvantage when the middle-aged man targeted him. Die, boy! the middle-aged man shouted coldly as strands of energy shot out from his fingers toward Duan Niantian. Niantian! Han Xuanai's heart was burning with anxiety when she saw this. She forcefully blocked the old woman's attack and risked her life to save Duan Niantian. At this moment, Han Xuanai, who was severely injured, was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Niantian, are you all right? Han Xuanai stood with Duan Niantian's back facing each other. Her face was pale as she asked worriedly. Aunt Xuanai, I'm fine. At this moment, Duan Niantian did not see Han Xuanai's pale face. He also did not see Han Xuanai forcefully blocking the old woman's attack. Humph! You can't even protect yourself. How can you protect this boy? The old woman sneered as she stared at Han Xuanai. Boy, today will be your doomsday! The middle-aged man sneered as he looked at Duan Niantian. It was as though Duan Niantian was already a dead man in his eyes. However, Duan Niantian was staring blankly at the sky in the distance, as though something had attracted his attention. The middle-aged man's gaze followed Duan Niantian's gaze. With just a glance, he saw a purple-clad woman hovering in the sky in the distance. The purple-clad woman stood there. Her graceful figure and enchanting face seemed as though she was a beauty who had walked out of a painting. Her beautiful hair danced even though there was no wind. On the surface of her body, streaks of purple aura energy were pulsating like bolts of purple lightning. They revolved around her body at a rapid speed. Sister Feyre? When the old woman followed the middle-aged man's gaze, Han Xuanai also noticed a purple-clad woman standing in the distance. Mother? Duan Niantian looked at the familiar figure in the distance. He was so excited that his eyes turned red and misty. The purple-clad woman standing in the distance was none other than Li Fei, who had been searching for Duan Niantian in the Purple Spike realm for many years. She had finally found her son's whereabouts 2 days ago. She had appeared just in time when her son was on the brink of death. Mother! Let's go! However, when Duan Lingtian thought about his current situation, horror dawned on him. He quickly sent a voice transmission to urge Li Fei to leave. In his opinion, his mother's strength was, at most, on par with him. Even if she was stronger than him, it would not be by much. Even Aunt Xuanai was no match for that old woman. Even if his mother was here, it would be useless. Sister Feyre, let's go! Han Xuanai's expression changed as well. She sent a voice transmission to urge Li Fei to leave. At the same time, she looked away as though she did not know Li Fei at all. Both of you! Li Fei hovered in the air as she looked at Duan Niantian and Han Xuanai excitedly. However, when she shifted her gaze to the others, her gaze turned cold. As soon as Li Fei's gaze turned cold, everyone present on the scene could feel the air in the stellar province turning cold as though winter had arrived. Chapter 3189. Swoosh! Swoosh! The old woman and the middle-aged man's expressions changed drastically. Putting everything else aside, based on the fact that Duan Lingtian did not even make a move earlier, it was obvious that Duan Lingtian was much stronger than them. Sir? The old woman wanted to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she saw streaks of purple light suddenly appear in the void around her. They were like purple meteors streaking across the sky. The purple meteors flew toward the old woman, the middle-aged man, and the people they brought with them. Swoosh! 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 The old woman did not have time to finish her sentence since she was busy dodging the streaks of light. If she did not focus on dodging, she would definitely die. Ah! Spare me! No! While the old woman was dodging the streaks of purple meteors in the sky, a series of shrill cries rang in her ears. A few moments later, the cries stopped, and the streaks of purple meteors disappeared. However, when she looked around, she discovered the people she brought with her, including the middle-aged man, were all dead. I'm too late. Li Fei took a step forward. In just a blink of an eye, she appeared next to Duan Niantian. Xuanai, thank you for taking care of Niantian all these years. At the same time, Li Fei looked at Han Xuanai, who was standing behind Duan Niantian. Then she took out a bottle of pills and handed it to her. This is a healing pill. Take it. Sister Fei, are you? Han Xuanai was stunned for a long time before she took the bottle of pills from Li Fei. She could not figure it out. In just a few years, how did Li Fei, who was not as strong as her, become so strong? Based on her strength, she had probably reached the peak of the mundane realm. Mother! Duan Yantian was also shocked by Li Fei's strength. He did not expect his mother, who he had almost caught up to, would become so strong. Mother? The old woman was shocked when she heard Li Fei's words. However, when she heard Duan Yantian calling Li Fei his mother, she regained her senses. Run! Without any hesitation, the old woman turned around and tried to flee. Right now, the exotic beast she was riding on had already been killed by the purple streak of light. Thus, she could only flee on her own. However, would she be able to escape? Humph! Li Fei coldly glanced at the old woman's back. Her face turned cold as she raised her hand and grabbed in the direction the old woman fled. Suddenly, swoosh! In the void, a gigantic hand formed by purple light grabbed the old woman and brought her back. Then, it turned into a purple rope and tied the old woman up. Swuzwish! 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 Li Fei asked faintly. Her tone had become increasingly cold. Sir, as long as you're willing to spare my life, I can give you all of my family's wealth. Swoosh! The old woman said with a pale face as her body trembled violently. That's not enough for me. As Li Fei spoke again, she flicked her finger and shot out a purple light blade, cutting off one of the old woman's arms. Ah! The old woman shrieked in pain. She tried to circulate her energy to stop the bleeding, but Li Fei destroyed her cultivation base with a flick of her finger. You destroyed my cultivation base? The old woman glared at Li Fei. Her eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness. You'll die a horrible death. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. I'm not even afraid of you as a human, why would I be afraid of you as a ghost? Li Fei sneered. You can come and look for me after you become a ghost. I'll make sure you won't be able to leave even if you become a ghost. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, she flicked her fingers again. A purple sword light shot out and cut off one of the old woman's legs. When the old woman shrieked in pain again, Li Fei made her move again and cut off the old woman's other arm and leg. Duan Yantian's scalp tingled when he saw this. Mother! However, his heart was filled with warmth. He knew his mother was venting her anger on his behalf. As for Han Xuanai, she looked at the old woman coldly. If she was as strong as Li Fei, she would have tortured the old woman even more. I beg you, give me a quick death. The old woman, who had lost all 4 of her limbs and was covered in blood, begged Li Fei. She no longer had the angry look from before. Li Fei looked at her coldly. Don't beg me. Beg my son. The old woman looked at Duan Yantian with a pleading look in her eyes. Please! Duan Yantian was only a young man after all. He did not hesitate to kill the old woman when he saw her pitiful state. Mother! After killing the old woman, Duan Yantian threw himself into Li Fei's arms. He was so emotional that his eyes were red. All right. How old are you now? Don't forget that your Aunt Xuanai is going to laugh at you. Li Fei patted Duan Yantian's back before she pulled him away. She patted his head and said, In just a blink of an eye, you're already taller than me. Han Xuanai waited for Li Fei to reunite with Li Fei before she asked, Sister Fei, how did you become so strong? I obtained the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance. Li Fei replied. The Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance? Han Xuanai and Duan Yantian widened their eyes in shock when they heard Li Fei's words. Naturally, they knew who the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was. This mundane realm was called the Purple Spike Realm after the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial. Based on this, one could easily imagine the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's status in the mundane realm. It was said that the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial was one of the strongest beings in the Devata realms. Later on, she returned to her hometown, the mundane plane, and left behind her inheritance. Mother, I heard that someone obtained the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance a few years ago. Is that person you? Duan Yantian looked at Li Fei in shock. He did not expect the person who obtained the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's inheritance was his mother. Sister Fei, congratulations. Han Xuanai quickly congratulated Li Fei after recovering from her shock. Actually, it's because I appeared in the Purple Spike realm near the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's place of inheritance. That's why she chose me. If both of you were close to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial, she would have chosen both of you as well. At this moment, Li Fei knew why the Redbud Supreme Celestial had chosen her. It was because her body had been cleansed by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. Therefore, the Redbud Supreme Celestial was certain Li Fei would not be inferior to her in the future. Yes. Han Xuanai and Duan Yantian were puzzled when they heard Li Fei's words. They finally understood after listening to Li Fei's explanation. Mother, even if that's the case, the fact that you're close to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial means you're fated with her. Duan Yantian smiled. He was genuinely happy that his mother had such a fortuitous encounter. He knew his mother very well. All these years, his mother had been under a lot of pressure. After all, among all the women by his father's side, his mother was the only one who was mediocre in terms of cultivation. Whether it was Aunt Ke or Aunt Tian Wu, both of them were more outstanding than his mother in terms of cultivation. In his opinion, his mother's suffering was finally over. Nian Tian is right. Han Xuanai agreed with Duan Yantian's words. They're out. At this moment, Li Fei suddenly looked into the distance and called out softly. In the next moment, 4 figures appeared in the distant starry sky. It was as though they had appeared out of thin air. The owners of the figures were 4 women. These 4 women all possessed beauty that far surpassed that of ordinary people. When the 4 of them stood together, the most eye-catching thing about them was their nearly identical faces. Apart from their different auras, their appearances were almost identical. Apart from that, they wore different outfits as well. The woman standing on the left wore a purple robe embroidered with plum blossoms. The woman on the right was also wearing a purple robe. However, there were orchids embroidered on her purple robe. The third woman was dressed in a purple robe embroidered with bamboo leaves. The fourth woman was dressed in a purple robe embroidered with chrysanthemums. Young master. After the 4 women appeared, they bowed to Li Fei in unison, their tone respectful and reverent. I've found them, Li Fei said to the 4 women. Now I can return to the Devata realm with all of you. However, I want to bring my son and sister with me. At the same time, Li Fei introduced the 4 women to Han Xuanai and Duan Yantian. The 4 women were the servants the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial had sent to the mundane realm to wait for her successor. They were in charge of bringing her successor back to the Devata realm. It's a pity we don't know which mundane realm Si Ling and the others are in. Otherwise, we could have gone to pick them up. Duan Yantian sighed. I remember it clearly. At that time, only the 3 of us entered the mundane realm. The others were in other mundane realms. Han Xuanai said. I remember it as well. That's why I decided to bring them to the Devata realm after finding all of you. Li Fei paused for a moment before she said with a sigh. I didn't expect all of you to be together for such a long time. Sister Fei, will it be inconvenient for you to bring Nian Tian and me to the Purple Spike Supreme Celestial's place? Han Xuanai asked hesitantly. It's not inconvenient at all. When Master sees all of you, I'm sure she'll be willing to accept all of you as her disciples. After all, your innate talent and potential aren't inferior to mine, Li Fei said as she shook her head. Whether it was her son, Duan Yantian, or Han Xuanai, she was confident in them. Father should be in the Devata realm as well, right? Duan Yantian muttered to himself. Upon hearing Duan Yantian's words, Li Fei and Han Xuanai fell silent. A purple figure appeared in their minds at the same time. Pieces of memories from the past also appeared one by one at this moment. Chapter 3190. 30 years later. 30 years was not a long time for celestials in the Devata realms. In fact, some powerful celestials could go into closed-door cultivation for hundreds of years or even longer. in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion of the profound Nether Mansion. Senior. 30 years later, Duan Ling Tian was already over 100 years old. The aura of someone who was not even 100 years old had completely disappeared from his body. 30 years passed in just a blink of an eye for the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. After all, he had lived for more than 30,000 years. 30,000 years was equivalent to thousands of 30-year periods. He had long grown numb to the concept of time. Even if I don't go to the Su clan, I can still enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, right? I remember you told me that anyone below the Celestial Lord realm in the Southern Heaven territory is allowed to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Duan Lingtian asked bluntly. Yes. The old man nodded. That's right. How do I enter the upper realm? Duan Lingtian asked again. You just need a formation compass to enter and leave the upper realm. The old man replied. Senior, do you have a formation compass? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately when he heard the old man's words. It was as dazzling as the night sky. Why do you ask? The old man frowned. Are you planning to enter the upper realm? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'm planning to enter the upper realm to see if I can find a fortuitous encounter. After all, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lords have spent a lot of effort to maintain the upper realm. What's your cultivation base now? The old man's frown deepened. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to really enter the upper realm. It had only been 30 years since Duan Lingtian had become a one basic celestial king. Even with the resources provided by the profound Nether Mansion, Duan Lingtian was, at most, a two-formed celestial king. In fact, he might not even have a breakthrough yet. 3 talents celestial king, Duan Lingtian replied. However, Duan Lingtian's words shocked the old man. You've become a 3 talents celestial king? Seeing the doubt in the old man's eyes, Duan Lingtian did not bother to explain further. With a thought, he released his cultivation aura. Usually, with the profound divine metal around, the aura of his cultivation base would be concealed by the profound divine metal. If he did not release his aura, even the old man would not be able to see through his cultivation base. Even if you've broken through and become a 3-talent celestial king, you'll still have a slim chance of survival in the upper realm. Unless your attainments in the laws of space. Before the old man could finish his words, he saw Duan Lingtian casting all kinds of profundities from the law of space. He immediately shut his mouth. You little brat, you're really abnormal. With a wave of his hand, the old man took out a formation compass and said, This is the formation compass to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. From today onward I'll place it here. You can enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through here. However, if you want to leave the upper realm, you'll have to return to the transporting formation you were teleported to. With a wave of his hand, the formation compass fell to the ground. The formation compass did not look much different from an ordinary formation compass. The only difference was that it was slightly larger. There were many small holes on it that were used to store celestial crystals. As the old man raised his hand again, immortal crystals appeared in the small holes on the formation plate. They were dazzling under the sunlight. Based on the old man's actions, it was clear he did not intend to stop Duan Lingtian from entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Are you going to enter the upper realm alone or with Huana? Over the past 30 years, Huana would occasionally follow Duan Lingtian to the backyard to fish with the old man. Her naivety and innocence had left a good impression on the old man. After 30 years of living together, the old man had treated Huana like his own granddaughter. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, felt like Huana was more important to the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. I'll go with Huana, Duan Lingtian said. What's the girl's cultivation base now? The old man asked. A 6 combos celestial king. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Even he was shocked by Huana's cultivation base. For the past 30 years, he and Huana had shared many celestial fruits and celestial pills in the profound Nether Mansion. However, after 30 years, his cultivation base was 3 levels lower than Huana's. The only consolation was that his comprehension of the law of space was slightly higher than Juana's. Although Juan had used the supreme powerhouse divinity to comprehend the law of space, her comprehension of the law of space was not as good as his. Perhaps it was because she was not human. A 6 combos celestial king? The old man was shocked. How could a 1 basic celestial king become a 6 combos celestial king in 30 years? Although he had lived for more than 30,000 years, he had never heard of such a person in the southern heaven territory. Even in the upper 7 regions, it was rare for a 1 basic celestial king to become a 6 combos celestial king in 30 years with Juana's cultivation base. Most of those people had heaven-defying innate talent. It seems like the girl is the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that the Phantom Fox clan in the upper 7 regions is looking for. At this moment, the old man was certain Juana was Juana. In the past, he was not certain. However, now that Juana had become a 6 combos celestial king from a 1 basic celestial king in 30 years and the Phantom Fox clan in the southern heaven territory was looking for her, he was certain of her identity. If she was not 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, it was impossible for her to have such heaven-defying innate talent. The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox clan in the southern heaven territory was the reason why the Phantom Fox clan in the southern heaven territory had their eyes on her. After all, if they could bring her to the 7 upper province, they would be rewarded handsomely. The reward was much better than the bounty that was offered to the public. Even the old man, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion, was tempted by the bounty. Based on this, one could just imagine how generous the rewards from the main Phantom Fox clan were. "How's the girl's comprehension of the law of space?" the old man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Earlier, when he saw Duan Lingtian casting the law of space, he was as shocked as he was when Juana became a 6 combos celestial king. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man sighed in relief. At least she's not that scary. Although she's outstanding, she's still lacking compared to you, little freak. However, with her comprehension of the profundities from the law of space, she's not much weaker than you in terms of overall strength, the old man replied. If it were not for Duan Lingtian, the old man would have been shocked by Juana's comprehension of the law of space. However, with Duan Lingtian here, he was already mentally prepared, so he was not as shocked as before. "Senior, please tell me more about the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm," Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the old man. "The upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man patiently explained the upper realm to Duan Lingtian. The upper realm was different from the middle and lower realms of the southern heaven ancient realm. It was meant for the southern heaven territory. Anyone in the southern heaven territory would be able to enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm as long as they possessed a formation plate that allowed them to travel to and from the upper realm. There was no scoreboard in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, unlike the middle realm, the upper realm had a scoreboard. Unlike the middle realm, the upper realm had a scoreboard that was only updated once a year. Once you enter the upper realm, you'll appear in a safe zone. Fighting is prohibited in the safe zone. Anyone who dares to make a move will be killed by the killing formation. No matter how powerful a 10-direction celestial king is, he won't be able to escape from the killing formation. This is because the killing formation was set up by the southern heaven celestial lord. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the old man's words. One could easily imagine how powerful the killing formation set up by a titled celestial lord was. Once you're in the safe zone, you'll be able to obtain an identity jade token. Carve your name on the identity jade token and drip your blood on it to claim ownership of it. It'll follow you until the scoreboard is refreshed. Before the scoreboard is refreshed, those who rank in the top 10 in the previous year will be guided to a secret realm left behind by the southern heaven celestial lord. You'll be able to obtain royal-grade celestial weapons and purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons in the secret realm. Apart from that, there are also many rare celestial fruits and celestial pills that the profound Nether Mansion can't provide. Naturally, those who rank in the top 10 will receive the highest reward. The other 20 people who rank in the top 30 will also receive the highest reward. they'll be able to enter a secret realm that's ranked at a lower level. As for the other 70 people who rank in the top 100, they'll be able to enter a secret realm that's ranked at a lower level. In fact, the rewards in the 2 secret realms are not necessarily worse than the rewards in the top 10 secret realms. However, they're much more dangerous. This is especially true for the secret realm where the top 70 people will be able to enter. Many of the trials will require more than 30 people to work together to pass. As for the top 10 people, as long as they're strong enough, they'll be able to pass all the trials in the secret realm. Naturally, the celestial kings in the southern heaven territory won't be able to enter the upper realm if only those who rank in the scoreboard have fortuitous encounters are allowed to enter the upper realm. After all, even if one doesn't enter the secret realm, there's still a chance to obtain many treasures in the upper realm. Although the illusory formation will change the location of the treasures, if only one person sees it, they'll be able to keep it for themselves. However, if more than one person sees it, they'll have to fight for it. The old man paused for a moment to allow Duan Lingtian to digest the information before he continued. Apart from that, the upper realm is similar to the middle realm. If you don't want to be killed, you can leave by crushing your identity jade token. The place you'll exit from is where the formation compass you used to enter the upper realm is located. If you don't crush your identity jade token, you'll have to return to the safe zone and use the transportation formation there. At this point, the old man had basically finished explaining everything he knew. Chapter 3191. In the opinion of the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, Duan Lingtian's progress from a 1 basic Celestial King to a 3 talents Celestial King in 30 years was considered fast. However, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, Duan Lingtian's progress was still too slow. Even with the resources provided by the profound Nether Mansion, it still took me 30 years to break through from a 1 basic Celestial King to a 3 talents Celestial King. At this rate, won't it take me at least 200 years to break through and become a 9 palaces Celestial King? Moreover, I'm only a Celestial King. It's even harder to become a Celestial Lord, let alone a Celestial Emperor. Even a 10 directions Celestial Emperor with strength comparable to a Heavenly Emperor might not be able to rescue Kerr and the others from the Divine Offering Land. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt even more pressure on his shoulders. If he had 10,000 years to play around with, he wouldn't think much of it. But now, he only had 900 years left. 900 years was too short a period of time. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, he would have a better chance of improving himself there. There are some fortuitous encounters in the upper realm that you might not find in the 10 major clans or the 5 major sects, the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion said. Duan Lingtian had heard about this from the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion a few years ago. For this reason, he was no longer interested in the 10 major clans or the 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven territory. He was more interested in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Although he was only a 3 talents Celestial King, his comprehension of the law of space had improved tremendously. With his current strength, he was confident he could protect himself in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, he was not alone in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Be careful. If your life is in danger, crush your identity jade token immediately. Before Duan Lingtian and Huaner entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion reminded them solemnly. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, they entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm through the formation compass. The formation they used to enter the Profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion was located in the Profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Regardless of whether they left the Imperial Tudor Pavilion by crushing their identity jade tokens, they would return to the Profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion to strengthen their foundation. Duan Lingtian's vision darkened, and when he regained his sight, he discovered they were standing on a stone platform. And in the surroundings, there were many stone platforms. What a beautiful woman! As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huaner appeared, many of the celestial kings who had just entered looked at Huaner with bright eyes. There was no one else in the world who could compare to her in terms of beauty. She was a great temptation to any normal man. Beauty, I'm Hong Manchio, a direct descendant of the Hong clan, one of the 10 great clans of the Southern Heaven Territory. Why don't you give up your gigolo and follow me? An ordinary-looking young man said as he walked up to Huaner. From the beginning until the end, Huaner did not pay any attention to him. Huaner's eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian from the beginning until the end. When she looked at Duan Lingtian, a smile bloomed on her beautiful face. This caused the men in the surroundings to fall in love with her even more. After a while, a few men stepped forward to strike up a conversation with Huaner, but she still ignored them. At this moment, the onlookers shifted their gazes from Huaner to Duan Lingtian. Brat, who are you? I'd like to see what makes you so beautiful. Brat, I'm a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Tao sect, one of the 5 major celestial sects of the Southern Heaven Territory. Who are you? The group of people glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian had some enmity with them, such as killing their fathers or seizing their wives. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who had never seen them before. Even they had never seen Duan Lingtian before. The reason they disliked Duan Lingtian so much was because Huaner was always by his side. A bunch of idiots! Duan Lingtian glanced at the group of people who were arguing with him indifferently. A hint of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth as he spat out these words in either fast nor slow manner. Duan Lingtian's words were akin to poking a hornet's nest. Brat, don't activate the one-time concealment formation in your identity jade token if you dare! The young man who claimed to be a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Tao sect glared at Duan Lingtian and said arrogantly, After all, no one dared to make a move in this safe zone. After all, the killing formation that the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord had set up would instantly kill them. For this reason, the group of people did not dare to make a move against Duan Lingtian even though they were furious. Everyone who entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm could activate the concealment formation on their identity jade tokens before they left. Once the concealment formation was activated, no one would be able to detect their presence. Therefore, they would not have to worry about being targeted. The concealment formation on the identity jade token could only be activated in the safe zone. For this reason, if one wanted to leave the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, one could only rely on one's own strength to return to the safe zone unless one crushed one's identity jade token. This was not something ordinary people could do. After all, there were many celestial kings lying in ambush near the safe zone. They were waiting for other celestial kings to return to the safe zone so they could ambush them. After the Wind Thunder Tao sect's core disciple made a move against Duan Lingtian, many people began to taunt him as well. However, Duan Lingtian completely ignored them. He brought Huaner to a nearby stone wall and collected 2 identity jade tokens. Duan Lingtian could engrave his name on the identity jade token. He could engrave his real name or fake name on the identity jade token. Duan Lingtian! However, Duan Lingtian did not bother inscribing his real name on the identity jade tokens since there was no need for him to inscribe a fake name. At the same time, she engraved the words Huaner on her identity token as well. Although Huaner had never been taught how to write, she had inherited the memories of 1,000 phantoms ice fox. Therefore, she was able to write on her own. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Huan performed blood ownership claim on their identity jade tokens in unison. They could feel a strong connection with their identity jade tokens. Huan! Let's go! Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huaner before they flew out of the safe zone. Nobody knew how many safe zones there were in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, it was not certain which safe zone one would end up in. If one wanted to leave the safe zone, one would have to return to the safe zone they were in. For example, if Duan Lingtian and Huaner wanted to return to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the Profound Nether Mansion, they would have to return to the safe zone. Apart from that, they would have to crush their identity jade tokens to leave the safe zone. However, once the identity jade token was crushed, the points inside would be emptied. It would be equivalent to a wasted trip. When Duan Lingtian and Huaner left, they did not activate the invisibility formation in their identity jade tokens under everyone's watchful eyes. Seeing this scene, the group of people in the safe zone were all stunned. These two are so daring? In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, only powerful 10 direction celestial kings would dare to do something like this, right? Is it possible that they're one of those 10 directions celestial kings? I've never heard of her before. That woman is extremely beautiful. If she's here before, there's no way Ouyang Yue, the true disciple of the 100 Flowers celestial sect, would be the most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. That's right. I've met Ouyang Yue once. Although I was stunned by her beauty, in terms of appearance, Ouyang Yue still pales in comparison to this woman. 2 unknown characters left the safe zone just like that. Aren't they afraid they'll be eliminated as soon as they leave the safe zone? They must be confident in their strength. Both of them must have some sort of technique to conceal their cultivation bases. It's impossible to determine their cultivation bases. Under the shocked gazes of the people in the safe zone, Duan Lingtian and Huana left the safe zone. The safe zone was a vast stone platform that hovered in the air without any support. The stone platform was located in a dark and gloomy world. The sky was dark, and the ground was red as though it was dyed in blood. The middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is nothing compared to the upper realm. It seems like the southern heaven celestial lords have really put in a lot of effort into the upper realm. Although the scenery in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was natural and lifelike, it paled in comparison to the scenery in front of them. Duan Lingtian could feel the oppressive atmosphere as he walked in the middle of the dark place. An ancient and desolate aura surged over, giving him the feeling that he was in an ancient battlefield. Before he knew it, Duan Lingtian and Huaner had left the safe zone. It would take them some time to return to the safe zone. Huaner were being watched by quite a few people. In fact, as soon as they left the safe zone, Duan Lingtian had sensed many people probing them with their divine consciousness. Among these people, there were people inside the safe zone, and there were people outside the safe zone. It was obvious the people outside the safe zone were waiting for their prey. However, none of them dared to make a move. After all, they could not detect Duan Lingtian and Huaner's cultivation bases. That woman! She's not even 100 years old. Outside the safe zone, 3 people were hiding in the dark. One of them, a young man, muttered to himself, "She's definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. Not even 100 years old?" "You're right." When the other 2 heard the old man's words, they were shocked to learn that Huaner was not even 100 years old. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort rang in the air as a figure appeared out of thin air and blocked Duan Lingtian and Huana's path. It's Jun Wangqin, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Many people who were hiding in the dark immediately recognized the person who had blocked Duan Lingtian and Huana's path. Chapter 3192. The Wind Thunder Dao sect was one of the 5 great sects in the Southern Heaven territory. It was a grade 5 sect in the Devata realm. The core disciples of the 5 great sects in the Southern Heaven territory were all outstanding geniuses. Most of them were celestial kings below the age of 2000. Jun Wangqin, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, was a 10-direction celestial king who had comprehended 9 profundities from the law of metal. Although he had not comprehended any of the profundities from the law of metal to the initial stage, his strength was still not to be underestimated. At the very least, the group of people hiding nearby did not dare to attack Jun Wangqin even if he did not activate the invisibility formation on his identity jade token. "Brat, I didn't expect you to not activate the invisibility formation on your identity jade token." Jun Wangqin stood in the way of Duan Lingtian and looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold smile on his face. In fact, he did not have to activate the invisibility formation. However, he was afraid Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian would discover him when he was tailing them. For this reason, he had activated the invisibility formation on his identity jade token and followed them here. Under the cover of the concealment formation, it was impossible to directly attack. That was because the concealment formation contained a restriction formation, which prevented people from using the concealment formation to launch a sneak attack. The restriction formation would only disappear after 3 breaths of time had passed since the invisibility formation was removed. Naturally, during these 3 breaths of time, the person who removed the invisibility formation would not be able to attack others. After all, the restriction formation was a powerful defensive formation as well. Naturally, it was impossible for a mere identity jade token to contain such a powerful formation. Since the identity jade token was connected to the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to a certain extent, it contained such a powerful formation. Why wouldn't I? Duan Lingtian looked at the young man calmly. He vaguely remembered the young man. The young man was one of the few people who had made a fuss in the safe zone earlier. He remembered the young man saying he was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Brat, remember this. The person who killed you is me, Jun Wangqin, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. I will let the beauty by your side know that a weakling like you is not worthy of her. While Jun Wangqin's celestial origin energy that had fused with the law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, surged in his body, he did not forget to look at Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Instantly he felt a sense of defeat. For a moment, he vented all of his anger on Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Brat, I'll send you on your way now. As soon as Jun Wangqin said that, he started to move. At the same time, a sword appeared in his hand. Light flowed around it, emitting an extraordinary aura. Royal grade celestial sword? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he sensed the aura of the celestial sword in Jun Wangqin's hand. He could tell it was a royal grade celestial weapon. That purple-clad brat is doomed. Although Jun Wangqin is the weakest core disciple in the Wind Thunder Dao sect, his strength is not to be underestimated. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there aren't many people who are stronger than Jun Wangqin. Jun Wangqin has always been ranked in the top 100. His strength speaks for itself. When Jun Wangqin made his move to kill Duan Lingtian, the people who were hiding in the dark or using concealment formations were certain Duan Lingtian would be killed by Jun Wangqin. After all, in their opinion, Duan Lingtian was a nobody. Those who tried to kill my brother Lingtian deserved to die. When Jun Wangqin was about to charge toward Duan Lingtian on his sword, a clear and melodious voice rang in the air. The person who spoke was none other than Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Huaner's gentle gaze that was focused on Duan Lingtian turned cold when she saw Jun Wangqin flying toward her. It was as though the temperature in the surroundings would drop if she looked at Jun Wangqin. In the next moment, swoosh! Huaner appeared in front of Duan Lingtian as her celestial origin energy surged out of her body and merged with the law of space's space elemental profundity. A 6 combos celestial king? This peerless beauty is a 6 combos celestial king? Wait. Did you notice? She's not even 100 years old. Heavens! A 6 combos celestial king who's not even 100 years old. Where did this monster come from? She's really not even 100 years old. When the crowd discovered Huaner was only a 6 combos celestial king through her celestial origin energy, they did not think she would be a match for Jun Wangqin. However, when they found out that Huaner was not even 100 years old, they were shocked once again. She's comprehending the law of space. Many people discovered this as well. After all, Huaner's celestial origin energy had merged with the law of space's space elemental profundity. A 6 combos celestial king? Jun Wangqin frowned when he saw Huaner standing in front of Duan Lingtian. However, when he discovered Huaner was only a 6 combos celestial king, he smiled. A 6 combos celestial king was not a threat to him. Moreover, it would be easy for him to toy with a 6 combos celestial king. However, just when he thought she was a pushover, her eyes narrowed as she stared at him. In the next moment, Jun Wangqin realized that the space around him had solidified as if he had been imprisoned. The law of space's restraining profundity? So what? With my strength, I could easily break the restraining profundity cast by a 6 combos celestial king. Jun Wangchen brandished his sword. Golden light shone brightly as a majestic energy surged out of his sword in an attempt to break the space around him. Swoosh! 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 Boom! When the energy from Jun Wangchen's sword landed on the space around him, it only caused the space around him to tremble. It did not shatter. How's this possible? Jun Wangchen's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. The law of space's restraining profundity cast by a mere 6 combos Celestial King shouldn't be able to stop my attack. Unless she's comprehending the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage. If Jun Wangchen could think of this, then so could the onlookers. They were all shocked, and when they looked at Huaner again, they couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. A 6 combos Celestial King who was not even 100 years old was enough to scare them. However, a 6 combos Celestial King who was not even 100 years old had comprehended the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage. Swoosh! When Jun Wangchen realized Huan had comprehended the law of space's restraining profundity to the initial stage, his expression turned serious as he thrust his sword at the space around him. This time, he managed to shatter Huaner's restraining profundity. After all, he was a 10 Directions Celestial King. His cultivation base was 4 levels higher than Huaner's. However, as soon as he shattered the restraining profundity, he discovered a figure had appeared in front of him. The figure was none other than Huaner. Huaner appeared in front of Jun Wangchen in just a blink of an eye. She activated her space territory and waved her hand. In the next moment, swoosh! 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 3 spatial tiers appeared in the sky and surrounded Jun Wangchen in a triangular formation. Before Jun Wangchen could recover from the blow, another gray blade light flashed out from behind the 3 ferocious space cracks. It was as if the blade radiance had crossed the space and was heading toward Jun Wangchen with fierce power. Under normal circumstances, Jun Wangchen would have been able to overcome this predicament with brute force. However, he had just unleashed his full strength and had yet to catch his breath. It was impossible for him to unleash his full strength again in such a short time. For this reason, he decided to defend himself. Golden light surged from his body, and he seemed to have turned into a golden man in an instant. Around the golden man's body, streaks of dazzling golden power wandered and wreaked havoc, surrounding the golden man tightly. She has comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage as well? Although Jun Wangchen was focused on defending himself, he did not feel safe at all. His expression changed drastically. If her cross-dimensional / profundity can easily break through my defenses, I'll crush my identity jade token and leave. Jun Wangchen's expression was grim as he stared at the 3 cross-dimensional / profundity that Huan had cast. She has comprehended the cross-dimensional / profundity to the initial stage as well? The onlookers felt as though their hearts were about to explode. How could a beauty who was not even 100 years old be so monstrous? Huaner used the transportation profundity. Duan Lingtian reminded Huan through voice transmission. He could see the determination in Jun Wangchen's eyes. Moreover, there was no fear in Jun Wangchen's eyes. It was not difficult for him to see that Jun Wangchen intended to crush his identity jade token and leave. However, he did not want Jun Wangchen to leave just like that. As soon as Huan received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, the 3 cross-dimensional / profundity bypassed Jun Wangchen's defenses and appeared next to him. No! Jun Wangchen didn't even have time to take out his identity jade token and crush it. He could only let out a shrill cry as the 3-dimensional / profundities destroyed his metal body profundity's defense like a piece of rotten wood. Apart from that, the silhouette of a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that appeared on his body was also destroyed. Swoosh! 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 The 3 cross-dimensional / profundities swept past Jun Wangchen's body and disappeared into the void in just a blink of an eye. The onlookers who were hiding in the dark could only watch helplessly as Jun Wangchen was killed. When they regained their senses, they could not help but gasp. This is too terrifying. Is he really just a 6-combos celestial king? Chapter 3193. After all, Jun Wangchun was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. He was a 10 Directions celestial king and possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon. However, he was killed by a young woman who was not even 100 years old. The entire process only took a few breaths. She used the law of space's transportation profundity to send the 3 cross-dimensional profundities past Jun Wangchen's defenses and killed him when he least expected it. At that time, Jun Wangchen didn't even have time to crush his identity jade token to leave the upper realm. In my opinion, Jun Wangchen was lucky. Otherwise, he would have taken out his identity jade token and left the upper realm as soon as the 3 cross-dimensional profundities appeared. He got lucky and ended his life. The onlookers who were hiding in the dark could not help but sigh when they saw Jun Wangchen had died. They felt Jun Wangchen had died due to carelessness. All eyes were trained on the white figure hovering in the air. Their expressions turned solemn immediately. Although the woman was only a 6-combos celestial king, she had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. It was not difficult for the onlookers to see that the woman had only cast the cross-dimensional profundity and the confinement profundity to the initial stage. Brother Lingtian, Huaner called out. After killing Jun Wangchen, she took his spatial ring and returned to Duan Lingtian. Then, she passed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, she also passed Jun Wangchen's royal-grade celestial sword and the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon to Duan Lingtian. After putting the 2 celestial weapons away, Duan Lingtian performed a blood ownership claim on the spatial ring. With just a glance, he saw a mountain of celestial crystals, some medicinal herbs, and some unique metals in the spatial ring. This is a wind shadow escape talisman? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian discovered 2 celestial talismans in Jun Wangchen's spatial ring. They were similar to the wind shadow escape talisman that Sun Liangping, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had given him. Moreover, when his divine sense entered, he found that these 2 wind shadow escape talismans were not inferior to the wind shadow escape talisman he used before. If Jun Wangchen had used the wind shadow escape talisman to escape, Huaner wouldn't have been able to kill him. Naturally, there's no need for him to use such a precious celestial talisman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, since he can still crush his identity jade token to escape. In the end, he still harbored the thought of getting lucky. Jun Wangchen's death was within Duan Lingtian's expectations. If he did not send a voice transmission to Huaner, Jun Wangchen might have been able to leave the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive. He was the one who reminded her to use the law of space's teleportation profundities to send her attack past Jun Wangchen's outer layer of defense. That was how she was able to kill Jun Wangchen before he could crush his jade token. Jun Wangchen was ranked in the top 100 in the first half of the year. Before he died, he was ranked 92nd with 59 points. Now that Huaner has killed Jun Wangchen, she's definitely ranked in the top 100 even though she has just entered the upper realm. I see. Currently, a new name appeared in the 92nd spot. Huaner. Huaner's name is Huaner. She's not even 100 years old, but she's a 6-combos celestial king who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Where did she come from? Even the prodigies in the 7 upper province aren't as talented as her, right? How terrifying! I've never seen such a terrifying 6-combos celestial king before. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian saw Huaner's ranking through her identity jade token. After killing Jun Wangchen, a core disciple from the Wind Thunder Dao sect, Huaner had obtained his points and was now ranked in the top 100. Now, she had 60 points. Apart from her own points, the rest were from Jun Wangchen. Huaner, do you see it? Duan Lingtian reminded Huaner to check the scoreboard in the upper realm through her identity jade token. This was one of the unique features of the upper realm. It was impossible for outsiders to see the scoreboard in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, even if they had their identity jade tokens with them. Although the identity jade token would retain its points after leaving the upper realm, one would not be able to see the rankings through the identity jade token. There was only one way for outsiders to find out the rankings in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The only way to do that was to find out the rankings from the people in the upper realm. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, not only could one use celestial weapons, but one could also use celestial talismans, including memory celestial talismans. For this reason, those in the upper realm could communicate with outsiders through communication celestial talismans. Jun Wangchen was a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect after all. News of him being killed by Huaner spread like wildfire. Although there were no other people from the Wind Thunder Dao sect present, there were still some people who recognized people from the Wind Thunder Dao sect. "Brother, let me tell you something. Your Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple, Jun Wangchen, was killed. Brother Tian, your Wind Thunder Dao sect's core disciple, Jun Wangchen, was killed by a woman who's not even 100 years old. Her name is Huaner. Senior sister Qin, your senior brother Jun Wangchen, has been killed." As they sent messages to their friends in the Wind Thunder Dao sect, the news of Jun Wangchen's death began to spread in the sect. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. Even if he knew, he would not have cared. After all, to a certain extent, those who entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm had already disregarded their own lives. Jun Wangchen's death in the upper realm was purely due to his lack of strength. After all, the Wind Thunder Dao sect's disciples could not possibly go to the profound nether mansion and ask them to hand them over. As one of the 5 major sects in the southern heaven territory, the Wind Thunder Dao sect could not afford to lose face. The most they could do was to send people into the upper realm to avenge Jun Wangchen. Apart from that, they could not openly attack the upper realm. Brother Lingtian, isn't this a little too easy? I only need to eliminate one person, and I'm already in the top 100. Huaner said to Duan Lingtian after she looked at the scoreboard through her identity jade token. Based on her words, it was as though she thought it was a piece of cake for her to enter the scoreboard. "Huaner, the reason you're able to enter the top 100 is because of the unlucky guy you eliminated earlier. He has 59 points. It has been half a year since the last time the scoreboard was updated. In other words, you've obtained all the points that the unlucky fellow had accumulated over the past 6 months." Duan Lingtian patiently explained the situation to Huaner since he knew she did not know much about the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's explanation, realization dawned on Huan. So that's how it is. Does this mean I'll be able to obtain more points if I encounter someone as unlucky as him? Theoretically, yes. However, there are less than 100 people in the upper realm who have more points than him. Duan Lingtian sighed. "Let's go, Huaner. Let's walk around the perimeter and see if we can find our target." After saying that, Duan Lingtian led Huaner in the opposite direction of the safe zone. Wherever they passed, a group of people hidden in the dark held their breaths. There were even some people who completely forgot that they were under the cover of the invisibility formation. No matter how heavy their breathing was, they would not be discovered. They only sighed in relief when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huaner's silhouettes disappearing from their sight. "Have any of you heard of that woman before?" Many people asked their companions. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, many celestial kings who were not particularly strong would form a group to obtain points. Of course, people who could walk together usually had a very good relationship with each other and could trust each other. Otherwise, they would be stabbed in the back. I've never heard of her before. Huaner, this is the first time this name has appeared on the scoreboard, right? Yes, I've never heard of her before. If she had entered the upper realm in the past, it's impossible for her to remain unknown. Put aside her strength, just her beauty alone is enough to make her the most beautiful woman in the upper realm and the entire southern heaven territory. That's right. This must be her first time here. At this moment, the name Huaner was deeply engraved in everyone's mind. They also remembered the peerless beauty of the woman who called herself Juana. Apart from that, many of the men present on the scene could not help but feel envious of the purple-clad young man standing next to the woman. They were all men. How could the purple-clad young man stand next to such a beautiful woman? What did he do to deserve this? Such innate talent and beauty. Moreover, he's not even 100 years old, and he's dressed in white. It's as though he's from the same clan as me. Moreover, there's a handsome purple-clad young man standing next to him. Could these two be Duan Lingtian and the white-clad young woman who seems to be a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan? Among the crowd of onlookers, there was an inconspicuous gray-robed young man. His eyes flickered a few times before he finally sent out a message. Soon after, he received another message. Do you know anything about the purple-clad young man? The gray-clad young man replied truthfully. There's no doubt he's Duan Lingtian. I met him when I followed Lord Patriarch to the profound nether mansion. As for the woman standing next to him, she must be the veiled and conical woman whom two of our clansmen were tailing. Moreover, according to the news from the people we sent to the borderlands, the woman who appeared next to Duan Lingtian in the borderlands is none other than Juan. The person who sent the message was also an old man in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Chapter 3194. Not only was John Yunting a 10 Directions Celestial King, but his son was also a 10 Directions Celestial King. Although his son was a 10 Directions Celestial King, his son was not as strong as him since he had only comprehended 8 profundities from the law of water. When Zhang Yunting heard his son's voice transmission, he immediately sent a message to Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion brought a woman suspected to be a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox into the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Zhang Dongnan's eyes widened slightly when he heard the news. In fact, after he confirmed that the white-clad woman whom the 2 clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan were tailing was acquainted with Duan Lingtian, he was eager to meet her to confirm if she was really a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. If she was a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, even if he could not bring her out of the profound nether mansion, he could still send a message to the main Phantom Fox clan in the 7 Upper Province, and ask them to send a powerhouse over. After all, the main Phantom Fox clan could easily send a titled Celestial Lord to bring her out of the profound nether mansion. However, he did not dare to send a message back to the main Phantom Fox clan. If the white-clad woman was not a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, the main Phantom Fox clan would not let him off easily. After all, titled Celestial Lords were on par with the current ruler of the Southern Heaven Territory, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Zhang Dongnan would not be able to withstand the wrath of a titled Celestial Lord. Moreover, she's no longer a 10 Directions Celestial Duke? She's a 6 Combos Celestial King now? Moreover, she has comprehended many profundities from the law of space, including the shackling profundity and the cross-dimensional profundity to the initial stage. Zhang Dongnan was shocked. Although he was the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven Territory, he had never heard of such a monstrous genius. Even the previous Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan isn't as monstrous as her, right? In just 30 years, her cultivation base has risen from a 10 Directions Celestial Duke to a 6 Combos Celestial King. Moreover, she has comprehended such a profound law of space. Zhang Dongnan's expression turned solemn at that instant. Now that she's already a Celestial Lord, if she intentionally conceals her aura, even I wouldn't be able to tell that she's the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Thinking of this, Zhang Dongnan's eyes flashed. Could it be that I really have to send news back to the main clan under uncertain circumstances? Forget it, let's wait a little longer. Perhaps there will be a turn for the better. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Dongnan sent a message to Zhang Yunting. Elder Yunting, if you have the chance, go and test that woman. Yes. Zhang Yunting nodded, then asked his son, Duan Lingtian, where Juan and Juaner had gone. The environment in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, including the safe zones, was fixed, unlike the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The only thing that would change in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was the locations of treasures and secret realms. Because of this, when Zhang Yunting heard from his son about Duan Lingtian and Huana's whereabouts, he immediately rushed over. Along the way, Duan Lingtian and Huana had encountered many people, but none of them were ranked in the top 100. These people could not even withstand a single blow from Duan Lingtian. Naturally, since he had no enmity with them, he did not kill them. For this reason, those who were eliminated by Duan Lingtian knew that a powerful purple-clad young man had appeared in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although he was only a 3-talent celestial king, his battle prowess was on par with a 10 directions celestial duke. After all, among those eliminated by Duan Lingtian, the weakest one was a 7-star celestial king, while the strongest one was a 9 palaces celestial king. However, even after eliminating many people, Duan Lingtian only managed to obtain slightly more than 30 points. He was still far from entering the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I wonder how big the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he flew across the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Huaner, on the other hand, was holding his hand and sticking close to him like a celestial couple. He! What a golden couple! As a figure flew over from afar like a ghost, a sinister voice sounded from afar, getting closer and closer. A few moments later, a figure clad in a black robe appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Huaner. It was an old man. His entire body was covered in a black robe. He was so skinny that he looked like a bag of bones. His face was completely sunken in, making him look very strange. This person is a 10 directions celestial king. Duan Lingtian could tell the old man was a 10 directions celestial king based on the celestial origin energy the old man emitted earlier. Although Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talent celestial king, he was very sensitive to the celestial origin energy of a 10 directions celestial king due to his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. There's a little girl who's not even 100 years old. Little girl, you're a peerless beauty. If I'm a few tens of thousands of years younger, I might be interested in you. The black-clad old man chuckled as he looked at Huaner. In the end, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and asked, Lad, are you going to crush your identity jade tokens or do you want me to send you away? Let me tell you this. If I, the black demon old man, make a move, I might not be able to spare your lives. The black-clad old man warned Duan Lingtian. Thank you for your warning, senior. Duan Lingtian was not surprised to hear the black-clad old man had lived for tens of thousands of years. After all, celestials in the Devata realms could live as long as heaven and earth. Celestials who had lived for tens of thousands of years could be found everywhere in the Devata realms. For example, the pavilion master of the profound nether mansion's imperial Tudor pavilion had lived for more than 30,000 years. However, if you want to eliminate us, we'll have to see if you're strong enough to convince us. Faced with the old man's reminder, Duan Lingtian thanked the old man before he looked at him intently. What? Are you doubting my strength? The old man was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. Then, a frown appeared on his face as he said, Wait a minute. Don't tell me you've never heard of me, the Black Demon? Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian recalled the black-clad old man's name had appeared on the scoreboard of the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm through his identity jade token. To confirm his suspicion, Duan Lingtian looked at the scoreboard again through his identity jade token. Black Fiend, rank 69th, has 186 points. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He looked at the black-clad old man as though he was a hungry wolf that had spotted its prey. As it turns out, senior, you're ranked 69th on the scoreboard. My apologies, Duan Lingtian said. Now that you know who I am, shouldn't you leave? The old man waved his hand impatiently. I've killed too many people in the past. Now that I'm old, I feel like I'm looking at my juniors. I don't want to kill you if it's not necessary. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile when he heard the old man's words. He found the old man's words rather amusing. Senior, please give me some pointers. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Based on your words, it seems like you want to fight me? The old man raised an eyebrow when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of seriousness could be seen in his eyes. He had lived for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, he knew those who dared to fight him after finding out his ranking were either idiots or truly strong. Since the purple-clad young man did not seem like an idiot, he was certain Duan Lingtian was strong. However, he did not believe Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him. After all, he had fought most of the people who were stronger than him in the upper realm. He had become a 10 Directions Celestial King 10,000 years ago, but he had not made a breakthrough. During the past 10,000 years, Duan Lingtian had spent most of his time in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Therefore, he was very familiar with the people in the upper realm. However, he did not know the purple-clad young man before him. Senior, please enlighten me, Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. All right. Since you want to fight me, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as the black demon old man finished speaking, a burning flame burst out from his body. It soared into the sky and emitted a scorching aura. It was clear the old man had comprehended the law of fire. Swoosh! As the flames on the black demon's body surged, a large blade appeared in his hand. As soon as the saber appeared in his hand, a sharp aura surged out of the old man's body and swept toward Duan Lingtian. This old man is much stronger than Jun Wangqin, the core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Although they had not fought yet, based on the aura the old man exuded, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to determine the old man was stronger than Jun Wangqin. He wondered if the old man had comprehended the law of fire's profundity to the rudimentary stage. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above the old man. The law of space's teleportation profundity? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. However, he did not panic. After all, although there were not many people in the upper realm who had comprehended the law of space, there were still a few of them. Boy, take out your celestial weapon. The old man reminded Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian was still empty-handed. It was as though he did not want to have an unfair advantage over Duan Lingtian. Senior, please make your move. If I need a celestial weapon, I'll use it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's impression of the old man improved. After all, not everyone in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was capable of such feats. Boy, how dare you look down on me? Let the Black Fiend sect teach you a lesson. The flames on his body surged as he charged forward with his saber in hand. It was as though he had transformed into a fireball that shot up into the sky. Chapter 3195. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity, emitting a mysterious aura. Meanwhile, He Sha, who had transformed into a fireball and was charging toward Duan Lingtian, halted his attack when he discovered Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talent celestial king through Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared near Duan Lingtian and looked at Duan Lingtian with a frown on his face. Brat, you're only a 3-talent celestial king? How dare a mere 3-talent celestial king enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Are you tired of living? At this moment, He Sha's tone was even more arrogant when he spoke to Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was a senior lecturing his senior. In his opinion, a 3-talent celestial king should not enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, he would only be giving away points to others and might even be killed. Senior, did you stop because of my cultivation base? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled when he saw He Sha had stopped attacking earlier. He was about to launch another attack when he saw He Sha had stopped attacking. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by He Sha's words. As it turned out, he had met a nice old man. He Sha did not seem like a righteous person, but he treated Duan Lingtian as though He Sha was his junior. Duan Lingtian felt awkward. He did not know whether to attack or not. Brat, I'll give you one more chance. Leave the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm now. Otherwise, if I really make a move, A mere 3 talents celestial king like you will definitely die, Heisha said threateningly with a dark expression on his face. Senior, the 7 stars celestial kings, 8 trigrams celestial kings, and 9 palaces celestial kings I met earlier were just like you. Duan Lingtian sighed. Do you know what happened to them in the end? Don't tell me you eliminated them? Heisha did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. He thought Duan Lingtian was bragging. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded. Brat, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue when you talk big? Do you think a mere 3 talents celestial emperor like you can eliminate a 9 palaces celestial emperor? Heisha sneered. Since Senior doesn't believe me, then Junior can only prove it. Senior has taken care of me many times, so I won't take advantage of you. I hope that after Senior sees my strength, you can become serious and fight with me with all your strength. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Heisha's response and directly attacked. Confine. With a thought, Duan Lingtian sealed the void where Heisha was, trapping him firmly inside. At the same time, in the space that trapped the Black Fiend, waves of distorted and vibrating power raged and swept towards the Black Fiend. Good! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared dozens of meters away from the confined space. The space law domain swept out and enveloped Heisha. In the past, his space domain could only cover a radius of 10 meters. However, now that he had comprehended the territory profundity to the initial stage, he could cover a radius of 100 meters. The initial stage of the territory profundity? Heisha's expression turned solemn immediately. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically when he discovered the distorted and vibrating power in the confined space was getting stronger and stronger. Coupled with the space domain's power, he felt a strong sense of danger. He has also comprehended the distortion profundity to the initial stage. Heisha's expression changed drastically. Flames rose from his body as he brandished the saber in his hand. He wanted to open up a path in the space domain that was suppressing him. Buzz! 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 At this moment, Heisha no longer dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. He unleashed all his strength in an attempt to escape. What a joke! Although Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talent celestial king, he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Based on this alone, Duan Lingtian was not any weaker than an ordinary 10-direction celestial duke. Moreover, Heisha had no idea what Duan Lingtian had up his sleeve. At this moment, it was, naturally, more important for him to escape from the space domain and regain his freedom. Otherwise, the situation would be under Duan Lingtian's control. Even if he was stronger than Duan Lingtian, he might still fail miserably. The flaming saber rays tore through Duan Lingtian's territory profundity and the distortion profundity before they swept toward the space shackles in the surroundings. Although more than half of the flaming saber rays had been depleted, Heisha was still confident he could break free from the space domain. Unless, Duan Lingtian had also comprehended the space domain's restraining profundity to the initial stage. However, was this possible? How's this possible? Initially, Heisha thought that it was impossible. However, when he saw his saber light being forcibly blocked by the spatial shackles, he knew that what he thought was impossible had happened. The purple-clad young man who was a 3-talent celestial king had indeed comprehended the space domain's restraining profundity to the initial stage. He had also comprehended the space domain profundity, the distortion profundity, and the restraining profundity to the initial stage. Heisha's expression changed drastically when he saw a 3-talent celestial king achieving such a feat. His eyes widened, and he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. Senior, do you want to continue? Heisha's expression changed drastically as he stared at Duan Lingtian as though he had seen a ghost. At this moment, Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and 3 space tears appeared outside the space domain. In the next moment, 3 gray blade auras seemed to have crossed the space and whizzed out from another dimension. They hovered around the confinement space and surrounded the Black Fiend in a triangular formation. The dimension profundity to the initial stage. Heisha gulped when he saw this. He could not help but curse. Why am I so unlucky to encounter such a little monster? There were only 9 profundities in the law of space, and only 8 of them could be comprehended to the initial stage. However, the purple-clad young man had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space. It could be said that he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Hayes Shah had never seen or heard of such an achievement in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Even the peerless prodigy of the 10,000 battles heaven sect, a 10 directions celestial king who was ranked first in the southern heaven ancient realm, had only comprehended 3 profundities from the law of wind to the initial stage. However, the purple-clad young man in front of him was only a 3-talent celestial king, but he had already comprehended 3 profundities to the initial stage. Most importantly, Hayes Shah had comprehended the law of space. The law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws, was said to be the most difficult law to comprehend. Swoosh! After taking a deep breath, Hayes Shah withdrew his flame energy and put away his royal-grade celestial saber. Lad, what's your name? Hayes Shah asked with a bitter smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who had also withdrawn his attacks. This is the first time I've met a monster like you. Even a reincarnated celestial emperor might not be as monstrous as you. I wonder what you've experienced in the past to be able to achieve such a feat. Perhaps you're from a force in the 7 Upper Province or the Spirit overarching region? Hayes Shah shook his head as he spoke. At this moment, he did not have the slightest intention to make a move in front of Duan Lingtian. This was because he knew even if he made a move, he would not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could easily defeat him without using a celestial weapon. Even if Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talent celestial king, he would still be able to defeat him. Senior, I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Duan Lingtian? Why does this name sound so familiar? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's name, Hayes Shah found Duan Lingtian's name familiar. After a while, he raised an eyebrow. That's right. 30 years ago, there was a monstrous disciple from the profound nether mansion who was invincible in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. His name was Duan Lingtian as well. Although Hayes Shah muttered to himself, he did not make the connection between Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. After all, although both of them were monstrous, there was a huge gap between their strength. No. Both of them seemed to have comprehended the law of space. Hayes Shah gulped as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Lad, don't tell me you're Duan Lingtian, the disciple of the profound nether mansion who caused a commotion in the southern heaven territory 30 years ago. Senior, if you're referring to the disciple of the profound nether mansion, that's me. Duan Lingtian smiled. Based on the old man's words, he knew the old man had heard of him before. You're right. The old man's eyes widened in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. He sighed emotionally before he said, As the saying goes, every generation produces a new generation of geniuses. In the future, the southern heaven territory will belong to you youngsters. Hayes Shah shook his head before he took out his identity jade token. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Lad, I hope you'll be able to surpass me and enter the top 10. I'll keep an eye on you after I leave this place. The moment Hayes Shah's words left his mouth, he crushed his identity jade token. All the points in his identity jade token were taken away by Duan Lingtian. This Hayes Shah is quite interesting. After Hayes Shah left, Duan Lingtian returned to Huana's side and took out his identity jade token. 223 points. Currently, Duan Lingtian had 223 points in his identity jade token. Based on his identity jade token, he discovered his current ranking was even better than the old man's. He was currently ranked 65th on the scoreboard. Huaner, on the other hand, was ranked 93rd since she still had 60 points. Huaner, I'll leave the rest to you. Try to maintain a balance between our points, Duan Lingtian said to Huaner, who was holding his hand. Huaner nodded. I'll listen to you, Brother Lingtian. Chapter 3196. Who's Duan Lingtian? He actually replaced Hayes Shah and is ranked 65th on the scoreboard. Those who were paying attention to the scoreboard in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were shocked by the name that suddenly appeared in the scoreboard. Duan Lingtian was ranked in the top 70 as soon as he entered the scoreboard. Based on Duan Lingtian's points, it seemed like he only had slightly more than 30 points before he defeated He Sha. He Sha used to be ranked 69th. However, Duan Lingtian is ranked 65th after he defeated He Sha. To think he's able to eliminate He Sha. With such strength, he shouldn't be a nobody in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, I've never heard of such a person before. Duan Lingtian? That name sounds familiar. Duan Lingtian? I remember the disciple from the profound nether mansion who was invincible in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm 30 years ago was called Duan Lingtian. Is it possible that they're the same person? Impossible! Put aside the huge gap between their strength, do you think someone who was only a 10 directions celestial duke 30 years ago is strong enough to eliminate He Sha? Are you kidding me? He Sha is a veteran powerhouse in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Although he hasn't comprehended any profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage, he has comprehended 9 profundities from the law of fire. With his royal grade celestial saber, only a 10 directions celestial king who has comprehended profundities to the initial stage would be a match for him. Currently, the safe zones in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were bustling with activity. The commotion was caused by the sudden appearance of a name that had risen to 65th place. Duan Lingtian? There were many people from the profound nether mansion in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. They were shocked when they learned that Duan Lingtian had risen to 65th place. However, they did not dare to associate Duan Lingtian with the Duan Lingtian from the profound nether mansion. Although Duan Lingtian was the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, his status was even higher than the core disciples. After all, no matter how heaven-defying a 10 directions celestial duke was, it was impossible for a 10 directions celestial duke to grow to such a level in just 30 years. Those were the thoughts of the people from the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian! Zhang Yunting, a 10 directions celestial king from the Phantom Fox clan, was on his way to see Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. Out of curiosity, he took out his identity jade token and looked at the scoreboard. I didn't expect the 1000 Phantom's Ice Fox to be so powerful. Even He Sha was eliminated by her. Zhang Yunting sighed. He did not think it was Duan Lingtian who had eliminated He Sha. He thought it was Huan who had eliminated He Sha and gave He Sha's points to Duan Lingtian instead. This was because he had met Duan Lingtian 30 years ago. At that time, Duan Lingtian had just become a 1 basic celestial king. Now that 30 years had passed, it would be a miracle if Duan Lingtian had become a 2-formed celestial king. It was impossible for him to defeat He Sha. Even Zhang Yunting was only evenly matched with He Sha a few thousand years ago before he comprehended the profundities of the law to the initial stage. That woman didn't even use a celestial weapon to kill Jun Wangqin, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Now, she even eliminated He Sha. It seems like even I won't be able to defeat her. Zhang Yunting's expression turned solemn. He did not think Huan did not have a royal grade celestial weapon. With Duan Lingtian's status in the profound nether mansion, it would not be difficult for him to obtain a royal grade celestial weapon for Huan. However, even if I'm not a match for her, I can still test her strength. At most, I'll crush my identity jade token and leave the upper realm at a critical moment. Zhang Yunting sighed in relief when he thought about this. In the past, if someone told him that a 6-combos celestial king was strong enough to defeat him, he would not have believed it. However, he had no choice but to believe it now. Duan Lingtian and Huan traveled in a straight line. Since he did not know where the other paths led, he decided to travel in one direction until the end. Unbeknownst to them, the members of the Phantom Fox clan were rapidly closing in on them. For a while, Duan Lingtian did not make a move. Instead, Huan took over. Everyone she encountered was eliminated by Huan one after another. As she continued to climb up the scoreboard, her reputation in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm grew as well. HM? After Huan eliminated another person, she was about to continue traveling with Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as though he had sensed something. At this moment, Huan turned to look in the distance. Imperial Tutor Duan, we meet again. A grey-clad old man flew over from afar, and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as a wisp of a faint smile appeared on his face. Imperial Tutor Duan, it has been 30 years since we last met. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me? The grey-clad old man said with a smile. You're one of the people who followed clan leader Zhang from the Phantom Fox clan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally recognized the old man standing before him. He was one of the two old men standing behind the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan 30 years ago. He did not expect to meet the grey-clad old man from the Phantom Fox clan here. Previously, due to the presence of the clan leader, it was inappropriate for me to speak. Today, I'll introduce myself to you. My name is Zhang Yunting, an elder of the Phantom Fox clan. The grey-clad old man said. Zhang Yunting? Upon hearing the grey-clad old man's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes in surprise. You're Zhang Yunting who's ranked 52nd on the scoreboard? He had just taken a look at the scoreboard 15 minutes ago. Zhang Yunting was ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. It did not cross his mind that Zhang Yunting was ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. He did not expect Zhang Yunting to be the old man from the Phantom Fox clan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he saw Zhang Yunting looking at Huan who was standing next to him. A hint of killing intent could be seen flashing in the depths of his eyes. Although it was impossible for Zhang Yunting to see through Huaner's disguise as a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, it was not impossible for him to suspect her. Fortunately, Huaner had become a celestial king, so Zhang Yunting was not as suspicious as the two old men. After all, Zhang Yunting was a celestial king, and the two old men were celestial kings as well. Although there was a difference in their divine consciousness, it was not that big of a difference. You must be the young lady who killed Jun Wangqin, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, and eliminated He Xiao, right? Zhang Yunting asked with a smile on his face. Huana ignored him since she had received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission earlier. She knew Zhang Yunting was from the Phantom Fox clan, someone who posed a threat to her. Since Huana was ignoring him, Zhang Yunting calmly said, Miss, I'm currently ranked 52nd on the scoreboard. Why don't we have a battle? If you can defeat me, you will be able to obtain my points, and you will be able to enter the top 50 of the rankings. Zhang Yunting took the initiative to challenge Huaner. In his opinion, although he was not certain Huaner was a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, he was certain she would reveal her true form if he forced her to use her full strength. Even if she did not reveal her true form, her aura would be exposed. At that time, he would be certain she was a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. At that time, he would have completed his mission. At that time, it would be worth it even if he was eliminated from the Phantom Fox clan. As long as I can confirm she's a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, I'll report this to the Patriarch. The Patriarch will definitely send experts from the main clan to the Profound Nether Mansion to take her away. Zhang Yunting thought to himself. Zhang Yunting could not help but feel excited when he thought about the reward he would get for providing the main clan with clues about the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Naturally, he knew the meat of the reward would go to the Patriarch. At most, he would only get a sip of the soup. However, even if it was just a sip of soup, he was more than satisfied. After all, the reward was just too tempting. Huaner, since he's the one who initiated the battle, you should accept it. However, don't use the techniques of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox or the Phantom Fox clan. Use the profundities from the law of space that you've comprehended. If you can't suppress him with the law of space, use your celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian was not certain about Zhang Yunting's strength. However, based on Zhang Yunting's current ranking, it was not difficult for him to guess Zhang Yunting's strength. At the very least, he was stronger than the Black Fiend. Perhaps he had comprehended some profundities from a law to the initial stage. However, even if you think he's weaker than you, don't be in a hurry to show that you're stronger than him. It's best if you can maintain a stalemate with him for a while. Give him the illusion that you're evenly matched, Duan Lingtian said. Although she did not know why Duan Lingtian asked her to do this, she did not question it. After all, her brother Lingtian must have his reasons for asking her to do this. There was no need for her to know the reason. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huana's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity surged out of her body. Then, she stepped into the air and reappeared 100 meters away. She stared at Zhang Yunting coldly. Since you want to challenge me, leave your points behind. At this moment, her pleasant voice was laced with coldness. If you want my points, you'll have to defeat me, Zhang Yunting said bluntly. As soon as Zhang Yunting finished speaking, the flames on his body surged and wreaked havoc. Similar to the black fiend that Duan Lingtian had encountered earlier, Zhang Yunting had comprehended the law of fire. However, compared to the black fiend, Zhang Yunting was much stronger. He has comprehended the law of fire's burning profundity to the initial stage. Chapter 3197. After a dozen breaths of time, Zhang Yunting realized he still could not make the white-clad woman take out her celestial weapon. Moreover, he did not see the white-clad woman using any of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's techniques. In fact, she did not even use the techniques of the Phantom Fox clan. It seems like I can only use the Phantom Fox clan's illusory techniques. If she's a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, my illusory techniques would be useless against her. As long as she can ignore my illusory techniques, I'm sure she's a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. At that time, I'll go out and inform the clan leader about this. Thinking of this, Zhang Yunting's eyes suddenly narrowed. His originally sharp eyes flashed with a white light. At the same time, the silhouette of a huge white fox appeared behind Zhang Yunting. It was like a towering mountain that occupied half the sky. Just as Zhang Yunting was about to summon his Dharma idol and use the Phantom Fox clan's illusory techniques. It seems like you really don't take me seriously. A clear and cold voice sounded from behind Zhang Yunting, causing his expression to change drastically. Naturally, Zhang Yunting could tell the owner of the voice was Duan Lingtian. However, he did not know when Duan Lingtian had appeared behind him. Zhang Yunting's expression changed drastically. He was about to turn around to face Duan Lingtian when he discovered 3 spatial tears had appeared in the void around him. At the same time, 3 gray sabers with golden flames shot out from the spatial tears toward Zhang Yunting. Spatial energy surged out from Duan Lingtian's body, distorting and vibrating the space around him. It easily destroyed Zhang Yunting's hastily cast defensive technique. Buzz! Buzz! At the same time, Zhang Yunting saw the white-clad woman who had not used her celestial weapon. She took out 2 rings and put them together before throwing them at Zhang Yunting. A terrifying aura surged out from the rings, causing Zhang Yunting's heart to palpitate. No! Zhang Yunting did not have time to use his celestial talisman to escape. He did not even have time to take out his identity jade token and crush it. Buzz! 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 In just a blink of an eye, Zhang Yunting was killed by Duan Lingtian's cross-dimensional profundity and Huana's bracelets. The Yin-Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring was a combination of the mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring and the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring. The mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Rings and the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Rings were both royal-grade celestial weapons. Although it was still a royal-grade celestial weapon, its power was comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Whoosh! The moment Zhang Yunting died, Duan Lingtian teleported away, allowing Huana to obtain Zhang Yunting's points. And just as Zhang Yunting had said before, she was ranked 47th on the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after obtaining Duan Lingtian's points. Currently, she had nearly 500 points. That Zhang Yunting really has a lot of points. Duan Lingtian glanced at the scoreboard through his identity jade card and put it away. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. The scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm changed instantly. After Zhang Yunting was eliminated, Huaner's name shot up to the top 50. Anyone who paid attention to the scoreboard would know Huaner was the one who had eliminated Zhang Yunting. Heavens! That woman eliminated Zhang Yunting? After killing Jun Wangqin, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, she eliminated Zhang Yunting as well? How is she so strong? I heard she's not even 100 years old yet? Zhang Yunting is much stronger than Jun Wangqin. I can't believe she's capable of eliminating Zhang Yunting. Many people in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm were shocked by Huaner's elimination. As for Zhang Yunting's son, when he heard that his father had been eliminated, he glanced down at his own storage ring, and his eyes widened in anger. Father! He discovered his father's soul pearl had shattered. This meant that his father had died. He had been killed by the woman called Huaner. Meanwhile, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, also learned about Zhang Yunting's death. Elder Yunting! She killed him? She's only a 6-combo celestial king, but she managed to kill Elder Yunting? It seems like she hid her strength when she killed Jun Wangqin. Zhang Dongnan's expression was unsightly. Zhang Yunting, like Zhang Zhenhai, could be said to be his right-hand man. However, Zhang Yunting was killed by a woman who was suspected to be 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, the strongest people in the Phantom Fox clan were Elder Yunting and Elder Zhenhai. However, Elder Yunting was killed by her. Even Elder Zhenhai won't be able to escape death if he goes there. Zhang Dongnan frowned. He felt this matter was getting more and more troublesome. That's right. I can report this matter to the main clan and ask them to send a powerful 10 Directions Celestial King over. Wouldn't that do? The 10 Directions Celestial Kings in the main clan are much stronger than the 10 Directions Celestial Kings in the Southern Heaven Territory. Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect is no match for a 10 Directions Celestial King in the main clan. With this thought in mind, Zhang Dongnan rose to his feet and took out a shining golden celestial talisman. He recorded the matter and sent it out. It was a communication celestial talisman, but it was different from ordinary communication celestial talismans. Ordinary communication celestial talismans could only be used in the Southern Heaven Territory and not in the chaotic astral ocean. The communication celestial talismans could only be used in the chaotic astral ocean. The 7 upper regions was the name of the 7 territories. These 7 territories were superior to ordinary territories like the Southern Heaven Territory. The rulers of ordinary territories were titled Celestial Lords, but the rulers of the 7 territories in the 7 upper regions were titled Celestial Emperors. Most importantly, all of them were famous titled Celestial Emperors. In the spirit overarching heaven, there were many ordinary territories like the Southern Heaven Territory, but there were only 7 territories like the 7 upper regions. The main clan of the Phantom Fox clan was located in the Heavenly Territory in the 7 upper regions. The Phantom Fox clan was a famous clan in the Heavenly Territory. Although there were no titled Celestial Emperors in the clan, there were many Celestial Emperors in the clan. The Phantom Fox clan was a Grade 1 force in the Devata realms. Apart from having many Celestial Emperors, they also controlled many King-grade Celestial Crystal Veins. The Phantom Fox clan's status in the Heavenly Territory was equivalent to the 10 major clans and 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven Territory. At this moment, the main clan of the Zhang clan, who was in a corner of the Phantom Fox clan's estate, received a message from a branch clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. The person who sent the message was Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the branch clan in the Southern Heaven Territory. Someone suspected to be 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox has appeared in the Southern Heaven Territory? Are you sure? The person who received the message was a high-ranking official in the main clan of the Phantom Fox clan. He frowned. What's wrong with Zhang Dongnan? If he's not sure, why did he inform me? However, in the end, he patiently read through Zhang Dongnan's message. She entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and killed an elder from a branch clan in the Southern Heaven Territory? That elder is a 10 Directions Celestial King who has comprehended 9 profundities from the Law of Fire, and has comprehended the burning profundity to the initial stage. Moreover, that woman is a 6-combo celestial king even though she's not even 100 years old. It's no wonder Zhang Dongnan suspects she's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. She's a 6-combo celestial king even though she's not even 100 years old. The high-ranking official in the main clan of the Zhang clan brought Zhang Dongnan's message to the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. Even the previous generation's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox isn't as monstrous as her. In just 30 years, she has become a 6-combo celestial king from a 10 directions celestial duke. After receiving Zhang Dongnan's message, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan agreed with Zhang Dongnan's words. In that case, I'll send Zhang Jini to the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in a moment to test that woman's strength. If I can confirm she's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, I'll send a titled celestial lord to bring her back, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan said. Understood. The Zhang family senior who received Zhang Dongnan's message accepted the order and retreated, but waves of shock surged in his heart. He did not expect the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan would send Zhang Jini to the Southern Heaven territory. Zhang Jini was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 directions celestial kings in the Zhang clan. His strength was only second to the other 2 10 directions celestial kings. Apart from being a 10 directions celestial king, Zhang Jini had also comprehended 4 profundities from the law of metal to the initial stage. Most importantly, Zhang Jini was a direct descendant of the Zhang clan. His illusory techniques were far superior to those from the branch clans. Apart from that, Zhang Jini had also mastered the innate ability of a pure Phantom Fox clan member. It was even more powerful than the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan's illusory techniques. Such a person would be invincible in the Southern Heaven territory if he was not a celestial lord. The Grand Elder wants me to go to the Southern Heaven territory to test a woman who seems to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox? Zhang Jini was a tall and handsome young man dressed in a long green robe. He frowned slightly when he received the message from the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. In the end, he left the Zhang clan and made his way to the transporting formation in the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Naturally, he could not travel to the chaotic astral ocean by himself. If he used the transporting formation, he would be able to travel to the Southern Heaven territory with just a thought. I hope that woman is really 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan. Otherwise, I won't let her off easily. Chapter 3198. In the Phantom Fox clan's estate in the Southern Heaven territory. Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory, welcomes the arrival of the emissary. Zhang Dongnan brought all the elders of the Phantom Fox clan out to welcome the emissary from the main clan in the Heavenly Territory, one of the 7 upper province. Yes. Although Zhang Jini was only a 10 directions celestial king, he was a direct descendant of the Zhang clan and the Phantom Fox clan. His bloodline was much purer compared to Zhang Dongnan and the others. Therefore, even though Zhang Jini was a 10 directions celestial king, he only responded indifferently. Emissary, please follow me. Following that, Zhang Dongnan led Zhang Jini to the main hall of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Zhang Zhenhai was the only one who followed Zhang Dongnan. The other elders of the Phantom Fox clan did not follow them. That young man is the emissary from the main clan? How dare a mere 10 directions celestial king act so arrogantly in front of the clan leader? How despicable! An elder of the Phantom Fox clan said with a displeased expression on his face. Although he was aware of the existence of the main clan, he respected the clan leader of the branch clan the most. After all, the clan leader had saved his life. However, a junior from the main clan dared to act so arrogantly in front of the clan leader. Although the clan leader did not show any displeasure, he was still furious. Shh! Keep your voice down! That's the emissary from the main clan. Even if he kills you, the clan leader won't be able to do anything to him. The other elder of the Phantom Fox clan cautiously glanced at the 3 silhouettes in the distance before he said to the elder, I wonder if he's strong enough to suppress that woman who's suspected to be 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Since the main clan sent him here, he must be strong. It'll be a joke if he can't suppress her. I wonder how the main clan will react. I don't think that's possible. While the elders of the Phantom Fox clan were discussing among themselves, Zhang Jin, a 10-direction celestial king from the main clan, was led by Zhang Dongnan to the main hall of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Emissary, how should I address you? Zhang Dongnan asked with a smile on his face. You don't deserve to know my name, Zhang Jin said indifferently. His condescending attitude was obvious. How dare you? Hearing Zhang Jin's words, Zhang Dongnan's face stiffened, and his smile froze. Behind him, Zhang Zhenhai had already shouted. Impudent? Zhang Jin indifferently glanced at Zhang Zhenhai, a cold light flashing in his eyes. You're just an inferior member of a branch family, yet you dare to be arrogant in front of a direct descendant of the main family? A direct descendant of the main clan? Zhang Dongnan's pupils constricted, and when he looked at Zhang Jin again, his eyes were filled with shock. Although he knew the main clan had sent a powerful 10-direction celestial king over, he didn't know the 10-direction celestial king was a direct descendant of the main clan. Humph! Hearing a cold snort, Zhang Dongnan's expression changed. He immediately moved to stop Zhang Jin, who was about to attack Zhang Zhenhai. Emissary, please show mercy. After stopping Zhang Jin, Zhang Dongnan cupped his hands towards Zhang Jin. At this moment, his back was drenched in cold sweat. A direct descendant of the main clan? And now, even Zhang Zhenhai, who was standing behind Zhang Dongnan, after hearing Zhang Jin say that he was a direct descendant of the main family, his expression completely changed. Naturally, he knew what a direct descendant of the main clan represented. It was the highest bloodline in the Phantom Fox clan, second only to the legendary Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. What? Are you trying to stop me? Zhang Jin stared coldly at Zhang Dongnan and asked sternly. Do you know what price you have to pay to stop me? Emissary, I was raised by Elder Zhenhai since I was young. I can't just watch him die like that. Please show mercy, emissary, Zhang Dongnan said in a deep voice. Since he's also a 10-direction celestial king, I'll give him a chance. As long as he can last 2 breaths of time, I'll spare his life. When Zhang Jin discovered Zhang Zhenhai was also a 10-direction celestial king, his eyes flashed coldly as a sneer appeared on his face. 2 breaths of time? Zhang Dongnan was shocked. He did not expect Zhang Jin would dare to make such a bold claim. Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect who was widely acknowledged as invincible in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would not be able to kill Elder Zhenhai within 5 breaths of time, right? How could an emissary from the main clan make such a bold claim? Perhaps, the emissary is just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation, Zhang Dongnan could not help but think to himself. Although Zhang Jin was stronger than the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, he did not think the emissary would be able to kill Zhang Zhenhai within 2 breaths of time. 2 breaths of time? Zhang Zhenhai laughed. Just like Zhang Dongnan, he thought the emissary was just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. Emissary, this way please. Zhang Zhenhai beckoned to Zhang Jin before he led Zhang Jin to the sky above the Phantom Fox clan's branch. Zhang Dongnan followed suit. Many of the Phantom Fox clan's members were confused when they saw this. Isn't that the patriarch? Elder Zhenhai is here as well. The person who's fighting with Elder Zhenhai is the emissary from the main clan. Elder Zhenhai is going to spar with the emissary from the main clan? The leaders of the Phantom Fox clan were curious as they watched the battle. I'll give you 15 minutes to prepare. After 15 minutes, I'll remind you again before I make my move. Zhang Jin looked at Zhang Zhenhai indifferently as he said. At that time, if you can survive within 2 breaths of time, you'll be able to live. Otherwise, if you can't hold on for 2 breaths of time, you'll definitely die. Zhang Jin's eyes were filled with disdain when he spoke. As soon as Zhang Jin finished speaking, the atmosphere turned tense, causing the expressions of the Phantom Fox clan's members to change drastically. What's going on? Based on the emissary's words, it seems like he wants to kill Elder Zhenhai. He wants to kill Elder Zhenhai within 2 breaths of time? Is he really a 10 Directions celestial king? Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect wouldn't dare to make such a bold claim, right? I remember Elder Jinhai fought with the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. Elder Jinhai only lost after 6 breaths of time. Isn't the emissary from the main clan a 10 Directions celestial king? Isn't he a 10 Directions celestial king? While the clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan discussed among themselves, a group of elders from the Phantom Fox clan who had received the news quickly made their way over. What's going on? What's going on? The elders of the Phantom Fox clan were confused. They did not understand why the emissary from the main clan wanted to kill Elder Jinhai. Realization dawned on them when they heard Zhang Dongnan's words. As it turned out, Zhang Jinhai had offended the emissary. Most importantly, the emissary from the Phantom Fox clan was shocked. The emissary from the main clan was a direct descendant of the main clan. After all, he was a Phantom Fox with the purest bloodline. 2 breaths of time. It seems like the emissary is just trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. It's impossible for him to kill Elder Jinhai within 2 breaths of time. Unless he's a celestial lord, it's impossible. The elders of the Phantom Fox clan were certain of this as well. After all, it was impossible for Zhang Jini to kill Zhang Jinhai within 2 breaths of time. However, when Zhang Jini reminded Zhang Jinhai and killed Zhang Jinhai in the blink of an eye, they realized how narrow-minded they were. At this moment, Zhang Jinhai remained in the same position as before he made his move. On the other hand, Zhang Jini had appeared behind Zhang Jinhai at some point in time. Zhang Jinhai's eyes dimmed as his body exploded into a cloud of blood. I overestimated you. I can kill you in less than a breath's time. I only need 1 breath to kill you, Zhang Jini said indifferently as he looked at Zhang Jinhai's body that had turned into a cloud of blood. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. Even the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, Zhang Dongnan, was rendered speechless as though something was stuck in his throat. So this is the strength of a 10 Directions celestial king from the main clan? Zhang Dongnan's heart trembled in fear. He was a celestial lord, so he could see how Zhang Jini had made his move. Apart from that, he also witnessed Zhang Jini using the innate skill that only the direct descendants of the Phantom Fox clan could master. Even the peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect wouldn't be able to last more than 10 breaths in front of Zhang Jini, right? After a moment, Zhang Dongnan was the first to come back to his senses and gasped. Although Zhang Dongnan was saddened by Zhang Jinhai's death and wanted to avenge him, he knew it was impossible for him to avenge Zhang Jinhai. Unless he wanted to die. Gasp! 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 At the same time, the elders and clansmen of the Phantom Fox clan gasped when they regained their senses. When everyone looked at Zhang Jini again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Unveil. In the end, Zhang Dongnan broke the silence and said, "With your strength, you should be invincible among those below the Celestial Lord Realm, right? Invincible among those below the Celestial Lord Realm?" Zhang Jini looked at Zhang Dongnan indifferently and sneered. "You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. In fact, I'm only ranked 3rd among the 10 Directions celestial kings in the Zhang clan, let alone the Phantom Fox clan's main clan." As soon as Zhang Jini finished speaking, the entire place fell silent again. Zhang Dongnan's eyes widened in shock as an indescribable expression of shock appeared on his face. A 10 Directions celestial king like Zhang Jini was not the strongest 10 Directions celestial king in the Phantom Fox clan. Moreover, there were 2 people stronger than him. This, for the first time, Zhang Dongnan felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 3199. 5 months later. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The safe zones were in an uproar as the news spread. Heavens! The Tao scholar profound sect's true disciple, Yenru YV, eliminated Tang Pingshan from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect? Ever since Tang Pingshan ranked 1st in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he hasn't been eliminated before, right? Tang Pingshan is a peerless prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. He has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of thunder to the rudimentary stage. How could he be defeated? Did Yen Ru Yv from the Tao scholar profound sect grow quickly, or did he conceal his strength? He actually eliminated Tang Ping Shan. From today onward, Tang Ping Shan's legend will be shattered. Yen Ru Yv will become a peerless prodigy in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Tang Ping Shan, a disciple of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, was a peerless prodigy who had dominated the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm for many years. However, he was eliminated today. He was eliminated by the Tao scholar profound sect's Yen Ru Yv. Yen Ru Yv was no stranger to those in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, since he was a true disciple of the Tao scholar profound sect and ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Most importantly, Yen Ru Yv was younger than Tang Ping Shan. Today, he had defeated Tang Ping Shan and ascended to the top. From today onward, the news of him defeating Tang Ping Shan would spread like wildfire in the southern heaven territory. Somewhere in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, a young man stood in the void. He wore a white robe and had a handsome appearance. He held a folding fan in his hand and looked extraordinarily scholarly. His temperament was outstanding and he had an elegant demeanor. Congratulations, you've gotten what you wanted and defeated Tang Ping Shan. I, Chun-Li, am truly blessed to have a friend like you in this life. The refined young man smiled when he received the message. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Chun-Li. Chun-Li, how's the investigation going? Is Duan Lingtian, who's currently ranked 13th in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion, the target of the mission that was cancelled 30 years ago? The refined young man was none other than Yen Ru Yv, who had just defeated Tang Ping Shan, a true disciple of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect. Yen Ryu was also a childhood friend of Chun-Li, the son of Qingyuan Shan, the deputy leader of the Blood Skull. If one were to ask who Yen Ryu cared about the most in this world, it would be Chun-Li. Yes. According to He Sha, the sectless cultivator who was eliminated by Duan Lingtian, the Duan Lingtian in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. I can't believe he's already a 3-talent celestial king. Moreover, he even has the strength to defeat the Black Fiend. According to the Black Fiend, although Duan Lingtian is only a 3-talent celestial king, he has comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Chun-Li replied via voice transmission. Where's the woman by his side, Huaner? Have you found anything? According to my guess, the reason why he was able to enter the top 20 was because of that woman. Otherwise, it's impossible for a 3-talent celestial king like him to have such a brilliant result in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Yen Ryu continued to send messages to Chun-Li. That woman is very mysterious. She only appeared in the profound nether mansion 30 years ago. Prior to that, she had a close relationship with Duan Lingtian in the borderlands. At that time, she was already stronger than Duan Lingtian. Chun-Li replied. Both of them are monstrous geniuses. If it weren't for your testimony, I would have suspected that there's something wrong with the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence network. Yen Ryu sighed with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Initially, he had thought his innate talent was shocking. However, his innate talent was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian and Huaner's innate talent. Duan Lingtian had just turned 100 years old, but he was already a 3-talent celestial king and had comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Huaner was not even 100 years old, but she was already a 6-combos celestial king and had comprehended many profundities from the law of space to the initial stage. Although the mission to kill Duan Lingtian has been cancelled, if you encounter him, I hope you can kill him for me. Chun-Li continued to say. I won't be able to calm down until he's dead. Don't worry, Yen Ryu said confidently. If I encounter him, he'll definitely die. I heard there's a new person in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm who's ranked in the top 10. Chun-Li asked, changing the topic. That's right, Yen Ryu replied. That person is called Zhang Jini, and I don't know where he came from. After he entered, all the people that were eliminated by him died at his hands, and no one knows his background. He's very mysterious. Moreover, he's very strong. Even Tuaku, a true disciple of the Bodhizen sect, was killed by him. A hint of fear could be seen in Yenryu's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. Tuaku? Tuaku, the true disciple from the Bodhizen sect who has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of earth to the initial stage, and is said to have the strongest defense in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? Qinli inhaled sharply. Rumor has it that even Tang Pingshan wouldn't be able to kill Tuaku if he insists on crushing his identity jade token and leaving. That person called Qinjini. Where did he come from? Although Qinli had only heard of Tuaku, he was familiar with Tuaku since Yenryu was familiar with him. Even if I'm confident I can kill him now, I won't be able to stop him if he insists on leaving, Yenryu said. Qinli nodded. If you say that, doesn't it mean that Zhang Jinyi's strength is not below yours? In fact, he's stronger than you? Qinli sucked in a breath of cold air again. It's not impossible. However, there's another possibility. Tuaku didn't know Zhang Jinyi and was killed by him due to his carelessness. Yenryu made her own judgment. If that's the case, then his strength might not be comparable to mine. Regardless, the fact that he's ranked in the top 10 means he's quite strong. Yenryu continued to speculate. In the profound nether mansion. In the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. You're ranked 13th and 15th. Why didn't you stay in the upper realm and enter the top 10 as soon as possible? There's still a month left. The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion asked in confusion as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huaner, who had just been transported out of the upper realm. Something's not right. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a grim expression on his face. What's wrong? The old man asked. 4 months ago, a person called Zhang Jinyi suddenly appeared in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It's as though he appeared out of thin air. Before that, nobody had heard of him or knew of his existence. No one knew about him, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Currently, he's ranked 4th on the scoreboard. Even Tuaku from the Bodhizen sect, who was said to have the strongest defense in the upper realm, was killed by Zhang Jinyi. Although it's possible Tuaku's death was due to carelessness, it's highly unlikely. After all, before Zhang Jinyi killed Tuaku, he had already reached 9th place in the rankings. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim when he finished speaking. So? The old man asked again. I suspect Zhang Jinyi is from the Phantom Fox clan, Duan Lingtian replied. The Phantom Fox clan? The old man frowned before he shook his head decisively. It's impossible for such a person to exist in the Phantom Fox clan. What if he's not from the Phantom Fox clan's branch in the Southern Heaven territory? What if he's from the main Phantom Fox clan outside the Southern Heaven territory? Duan Lingtian said boldly. With the convenience of the transporting formation, even if he's from the main Phantom Fox clan, he should be able to travel to the Southern Heaven territory in a short time. The main Phantom Fox clan? You're saying he's from the Heavenly Territory in the 7 Upper Province? The old man's eyes widened. Although I'm not certain, it's possible. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? It's someone who hasn't appeared in the upper realm before, and his surname is Zhang. Duan Lingtian suspected Zhang Jinyi was from the main Phantom Fox clan. After all, Zhang Jinyi's speed of accumulating points was much faster than his and Huaner's. Therefore, he decided to leave the upper realm in advance. He and Huaner did not plan to enter the top 10. Once the rankings were reset, he would enter the secret realm with Huaner. Even if Zhang Jinyi was from the main Phantom Fox clan, since he was ranked in the top 10, the secret realm he would enter would be different from the secret realm he and Huaner would enter. Therefore, he did not have to worry about encountering Zhang Jinyi. Although Huaner and Huan were not weak, they would only be able to enter the top 10 at most. Based on Zhang Jinyi's performance so far, even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Now that you mention it, it's true that we have to be on our guard. I really didn't expect that a kid like you would have such a high level of comprehension and have such a good brain. even the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion was convinced by Duan Lingtian's words. In the Phantom Fox clan's estate in the Southern Heaven Territory, Duan Lingtian and the woman by his side have left the upper realm through the transporting formation? Zhang Dongnan, who had just received a message, could not help but frown. After Zhang Yunting's death, Zhang Dongnan's son had been lurking in the safe zone to monitor the transporting formation. He had finally found Duan Lingtian and Huaner to leave the Southern Heaven Territory. Therefore, he immediately sent a message to Zhang Dongnan. Zhang Jini refused to enter the upper realm under an assumed name. Now, it seems like Duan Lingtian is suspicious of him. Chapter 3200. Zhang Jini had entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm to meet Duan Lingtian and test if Huaner was a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan. Before entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Zhang Dongnan had suggested that Zhang Jini change his name, but Zhang Jini had ignored him. After receiving Zhang Dongnan's voice transmission, Zhang Jini did not linger in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Since they're out, let's go to the Profound Nether Mansion and test them, Zhang Jini said in a deep voice. Do you think the Profound Nether Mansion, a mere grade 6 force, will dare to stop me? Upon hearing Zhang Jini's words, Zhang Dongnan nodded in agreement. After all, the Profound Nether Mansion would not dare to offend Zhang Jini. With that, the duo made their way to the Profound Nether Mansion. When the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion learned about Zhang Jini's identity, he was very cooperative, and even brought Zhang Jini to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. However, in the Imperial Tudor Palace, there was only the Palace Master fishing. Other than him, there was no one else. Senior, where's Duan Lingtian and the woman next to him? Zhang Dongnan asked respectfully. The Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the Profound Nether Mansion was as strong as some of the leaders of the 10 major clans. Even Zhang Dongnan did not dare to act recklessly in front of the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. They left 10 years ago, the old man said indifferently. The old man glanced at Zhang Dongnan and said, They left? Zhang Dongnan was dumbfounded. He thought Duan Lingtian and Huan were sent to hide in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm after the old man received the news. It did not cross his mind that they were no longer in the Profound Nether Mansion. Zhang Dongnan had sent a message to Zhang Yunting's son to ask if Duan Lingtian and Huan had entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, Zhang Yunting's son said he did not see Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian's names on the scoreboard did not change. This ruled out the possibility that Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had crushed their identity jade tokens and teleported to another safe zone in the upper realm. The upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was different from the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. As long as one crushed their accumulative point jade, they would not be able to enter the upper realm again. As for the former, even if they were eliminated, they could still enter, but they would have to comprehend their identity jade token again and earn points from the beginning. Hearing the words of Zhang Yunting's son, Zhang Dongnan's face darkened. In that case, there was only one possibility. Indeed, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian were no longer in the Profound Nether Mansion. They had entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm from somewhere else. Of course, there was another possibility. Before he and Zhang Jini arrived, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had left the Profound Nether Mansion's estate to hide. Or perhaps it was hidden in the small world within the Imperial Tudor Palace Master's body. However, even if it was the latter, there was nothing they could do. Lord Envoy, it seems like they're no longer in the Profound Nether Mansion. Zhang Dongnan looked at Zhang Jini and said with a wry smile. If there's any news about that woman, inform me immediately. If I find out that you didn't report it, I won't let you off easily. Zhang Jini looked at the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion and the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Palace coldly before he tossed the Soul Pearl at the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion. I'd like to see how a mere 10 directions celestial king like you won't let me off easily. The old man tossed his fishing rod aside and looked at Zhang Jini coldly as he said, I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation base to that of a 10-direction celestial king and fight you. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he made his move. Just as he had said, the old man suppressed his cultivation base to that of a 10-direction celestial king. However, the profundities he had comprehended far surpassed Zhang Jinyi's. Even after Zhang Jinyi cast the Phantom Fox Clan's direct line of descent, he was still evenly matched with the old man. Old man, you're quite strong. With your strength, you'd be a leader in an ordinary grade 5 force. I wonder why you're fishing in a grade 6 force. Zhang Jinyi was surprised that the old man managed to fight him to a draw even with his cultivation base suppressed. You're not from the Southern Heaven Territory, right? It's impossible for a 10-direction celestial king like you to appear in the Southern Heaven Territory. The old man looked at Zhang Jinyi solemnly and asked. Of course. I'm from the Heavenly Territory, Zhang Jinyi said proudly. Remember my words. If you have any news about that woman, send me a message as soon as possible. If I find out that you didn't report it to me, even if I can't destroy the profound nether mansion with my strength, one of my uncles can easily destroy the profound nether mansion. Zhang Jinyi continued to threaten Zhang Jinyi before he left. Remember my name. My name is Zhang Jinyi. Apart from that, I'm a direct line of descent from the Zhang clan in the Heavenly Territory's Phantom Fox clan. Even the weakest of my uncles is a titled Celestial Lord. As soon as Zhang Jinyi finished speaking, he took the lead and left. Zhang Dongnan followed closely behind him. After Zhang Dongnan and Zhang Jinyi left, the old man sighed. I didn't expect the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory to have a 10-direction celestial king. His strength isn't something those two fellows can contend with. Even if they join forces, they won't be a match for him. Even the old man couldn't help but be surprised by Zhang Jinyi's strength. Grandmaster, where are they now? The mansion master of the profound nether mansion asked. They're hiding in my little world. As soon as the old man finished speaking, two figures appeared in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. They were none other than Duan Lingtian and Huaner. Earlier, Duan Lingtian and Huaner had entered the old man's little world. Unless one's cultivation base was higher than the old man's, it was impossible to detect Duan Lingtian and Huaner after they entered the old man's little world. Did you see what happened earlier? The old man asked Duan Lingtian and Huaner. Yes. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn. I didn't expect a 10-direction celestial king from the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory would be so strong. Even Tang Pingshan, the peerless prodigy of the 10,000 battle celestial sect, wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against him. Even Yan Ruyu, the true disciple of the Tao scholar profound sect, who replaced Tang Pingshan, wouldn't be a match for him. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Earlier, when the old man suppressed his cultivation base to fight Zhang Jinyi, Duan Lingtian had seen everything. Their strength was on par with each other. Throughout the battle, the old man had used all the profundities he had comprehended. However, he did not gain the upper hand at all. However, his last two moves aren't profundities. They must be from the Phantom Fox clan. Duan Lingtian looked at Huaner and asked, Huaner, do you see anything? Yes. Huaner nodded. Brother Lingtian, that person used the Phantom Fox clan's innate illusory technique in the beginning. Later on, he used the innate ultimate skill that only the main Phantom Fox clan's members can master. However, those two methods are completely useless against me. We're 1,000 Phantom's Eyes Foxes, and we have the supreme bloodline in the Phantom Fox clan. None of the Phantom Fox clan's techniques are effective against us. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian and the others were stunned. Now I finally understand why they want to get rid of you. Once you grow stronger, you'll definitely be their nemesis. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. In that case, you won't have to suppress your strength to the level of a 10-direction celestial king to defeat him. The old man said. Even if we don't include those two methods of his, the current him is still not a match for the two of us if we were to encounter him. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Even if Zhang Jinyi did not count his two techniques, The law of metal he had comprehended was not to be underestimated. He had comprehended all profundities from the law of metal, and he had even comprehended 4 profundities to the initial stage. Even if Duan Lingtian and Huana joined forces, they would still be no match for Zhang Jini. Unless, of course, Duan Lingtian used a Devata artifact. However, who knew if Zhang Jini possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon? In Duan Lingtian's hands, a Devata artifact was not much stronger than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian used a Devata artifact, Duan Lingtian and Huana would not be able to defeat Zhang Jini. Since Duan Lingtian was not confident he could kill Zhang Jini, he did not want to fight Zhang Jini. For this reason, he could only avoid Zhang Jini for now. You're right. The old man nodded. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face and said, You're right, brat. When you left the upper realm, you said they might come. I didn't expect them to really come. Duan Lingtian had guessed Zhang Jini and Zhang Dongnan would come together. However, the events that transpired later proved his speculation right. It's expected. After all, I would have done the same if I were him. Duan Lingtian replied. That may be the case, but not everyone is as meticulous as you. The old man sighed. My confidence in you is growing. Perhaps, you might really be able to avenge the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Why? Did you not have confidence in me in the past, senior? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. After Zhang Dongnan and Zhang Jini left, Duan Lingtian did not hurry to bring Huana back to the upper realm. Instead, he waited for almost a month before he entered the upper realm. When Duan Lingtian entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, it was the day the scoreboard was reset. Huana and I are ranked between the 11th and 30th place. We'll be able to enter the Grade 2 secret realm. Duan Lingtian and Huana had entered the upper realm to enter the Grade 2 secret realm. The Grade 1 secret realm was for those who ranked in the top 10. As for those ranked from the 31st to the 100th place, they would only be able to enter the Grade 3 secret realm. Mystic realms were all treasure-storing mystic realms. Even the treasures hidden inside were similar, but the difficulty of obtaining them differed greatly. The Grade 1 secret realm was the easiest to obtain. The Grade 2 secret realm was the second most difficult to obtain. Chapter 3201. Clan leader, Duan Lingtian and that woman have entered the Grade 2 secret realm. I think they're going to enter the Grade 2 secret realm. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huana entered the safe zone, Zhang Yunting's son, who was killed by Duan Lingtian and Huana, noticed them and immediately sent a message back to the Phantom Fox clan. Unveil. Zhang Dongnan immediately sent a message to Zhang Jini, who was resting in the Phantom Fox clan's estate, to inform him that Duan Lingtian and Huan had entered the upper realm of the Phantom Fox clan. The Grade 2 secret realm? This was Zhang Jini's first time in the Southern Heaven territory, so he did not know much about the upper realm. Unveil, the scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm will be refreshed every year. Before the scoreboard is refreshed, the top 100 people will be sent to the 3 secret realms. They are respectively the Grade 1, Grade 2, and Grade 3 secret realms. Zhang Dongnan explained. If you enter the upper realm now, your identity jade token will send you to a location where you'll meet up with the other 9 participants when the scoreboard resets tomorrow. Since Zhang Jini was ranked in the top 10, he was allowed to enter the Grade 1 secret realm. Will I be able to meet the woman who's suspected to be 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox in the Grade 1 secret realm? Zhang Jini asked. No. Zhang Dongnan replied. The Grade 1 secret realm and the Grade 2 secret realm are separated. That woman and Duan Lingtian are allowed to enter the Grade 2 secret realm. You won't be able to meet them. If that's the case, I'm not interested in entering the upper realm. I'll enter the upper realm with a fake name the next time the upper realm opens and enter the same secret realm as them. Zhang Jini was not interested in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. In fact, he was not interested in the treasures in the secret realms. To him, the Southern Heaven territory was just a small place in the countryside. He had obtained treasures even before he became a celestial king. An ordinary royal-grade celestial weapon? When he had just become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the clan had given him a royal-grade celestial weapon. A purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon? He had obtained one when he had just become a celestial duke. As for immortal pills, immortal talismans, and the like, he had no lack of them. Moreover, he even possessed a celestial talisman that would allow him to escape from a titled celestial lord. Lord Unveil, I have a suggestion. While the scoreboard in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm is being reset, we should kill a sexless cultivator who's always ranked at the top of the scoreboard. After the scoreboard is reset, you can use his name to obtain points in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Try your best to maintain your ranking as high as Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian so you can enter the secret realm with them a year later. After all, if you were to use your own name to enter, it would be too conspicuous. Also, it wouldn't be safe to use a random name. After all, no one would know who you are, and Duan Lingtian would inevitably become suspicious. Zhang Dongnan voiced his concerns. All right, we'll do as you say. Perhaps it was because he had suffered a loss the previous time, but this time, Zhang Jini agreed without hesitation. However, I'm not familiar with the sexless cultivators. I'll leave the matter of finding and killing the sexless cultivators to you. As long as you agree, I'll take care of the rest. Zhang Dongnan sighed in relief when he saw Zhang Jini had agreed to his suggestion. He was worried Zhang Jini would be stubborn. Fortunately, Zhang Jini was willing to listen to his advice. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, in just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Huaner had been in the upper realm for a day. The scoreboard would be reset in an hour. Currently, Duan Lingtian and Huan were standing at the edge of the safe zone. No one dared to provoke them. After all, everyone knew Duan Lingtian and Huan were very strong. One of them was ranked 11th while the other was ranked 15th. In other words, they were not weak at all. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, there were very few people who were stronger than them. That person! Duan Lingtian looked at the corner of the safe zone and saw a person looking at him and Huaner from time to time. Duan Lingtian recognized the person. In fact, this was the third time they had met. Furthermore, they were all in the safe zone. Huan! Is that person from the Phantom Fox clan? Duan Lingtian asked. Although Duan Lingtian could sense Zhang Yunting's aura was similar to the Phantom Fox clan's Zhang Yunting, he did not expect Zhang Yunting to be so strong. However, he was not certain. As 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox from the Phantom Fox clan, Huaner would be able to tell if the person was from the Phantom Fox clan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huaner's eyes followed Duan Lingtian's gaze. When Duan Lingtian looked away, Huaner's divine consciousness had already landed on Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, he's from the Phantom Fox clan. Huaner was certain Duan Lingtian was from the Phantom Fox clan. As expected. Duan Lingtian smiled. I was wondering why Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan, has such a keen sense of smell. As it turns out, he has a spy here. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not do anything to Zhang Dongnan even though he knew Zhang Dongnan was a spy. Moreover, no one was allowed to make a move in the safe zone. It didn't take long for an hour to pass. Meanwhile, the scoreboard in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm froze for about 15 minutes before it returned to zero. Apart from the safe zones, those who were in the top 100 in the previous year's scoreboard were sent away as well. They were divided into 3 groups and sent to 3 different places. One of the groups consisted of those who were in the top 10. They were sent to a spacious cave. However, there were only 9 of them in the group. Why are there only 9 people? Where's the other one? The 9 people looked at each other in confusion when they realized they were new to each other. Zhang Jini. He didn't come in. It did not take long for someone to confirm this. That Zhang Jini. I don't know where he came from, even Taku of the Bodhi Zen sect died at his hands. A middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe sighed. Tuaku is your senior brother. Did he send a message back to the Bodhi Zen sect before he was killed by Zhang Jini? A handsome young man wearing a white robe with a folding fan in his hand asked a young monk wearing a black and white cassock. He had an elegant demeanor and was extraordinarily handsome. The white-clad young man was none other than Yen Ruyu, the true disciple of the Tao scholar Profound sect. He was also the first on the scoreboard in the previous year. He was the one who broke the legend of Tang Ping Shan, the peerless prodigy of the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect, and became the new peerless prodigy in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If Yen Ruyu could maintain his status, he would become a legend as well. Senior Toaku didn't manage to send a message before he died. The young monk called Toyi shook his head and smiled bitterly. If Senior Toaku had time to send a message, he would have crushed his identity jade token and fled. Come to think of it, even he did not expect that he would be killed. Upon hearing Toye's words, realization dawned on Yen Ruyu. Yen Ruyu, you're the strongest among us now. If Zhang Jini was in front of you, would you be able to eliminate him? A handsome young man asked as he looked at Yen Ruyu with a smile. Based on the young man's words, it was clear he was very close to Yen Ruyu. He was none other than Ouyang Yu Hao, the son of the sect leader of the 100 Flowers Celestial sect. He was one of the few male disciples in the 100 Flowers Celestial sect. He was also a true disciple of the 100 Flowers Celestial sect. Beside him, a woman was holding his hand. The woman was beautiful and had a graceful figure. Standing in the middle of a group of men, she was like a crane among a flock of chickens. She was none other than Ouyang Yu Wei, the former most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. She was also a true disciple of the 100 Flowers Celestial sect. She and Ouyang Yu Hao were fraternal twins. She was the younger sister while Ouyang Yu Hao was the older brother. However, the two of them did not have much in common. Ouyang Yu Wei looked delicate while Ouyang Yu Hao looked masculine. I'm not confident. Yen Ruyu waved the fan in his hand and shook his head. At the very least, I won't be able to kill Toaku even if I defeat him. Indeed. The others agreed with Yen Ruyu's words. Toaku's defense is the strongest in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Most of us might be able to defeat him, but we won't be able to kill him. I wonder where Zhang Jini came from. Why is he so strong? More and more people were puzzled by Yen Ruyu's words. After talking about Zhang Jini for a while, the crowd gradually changed the topic. In the end, a tall and burly young man looked at Ouyang Yu Wei and said with a smile, Junior Sister Yu Wei, I heard that everyone who has met you said you're not as strong as her. Moreover, she's quite strong as well. It's her first time entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but she's ranked 15th. I heard that the man next to her, Duan Lingtian, is weak. He only managed to rank so high because she helped him. The burly young man was none other than Ho Tong Xian, a true disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. If there's a chance, I'd like to meet her. Ouyang Yu Wei narrowed her eyes slightly as a smile appeared on her face. Let's see if she's as peerless as the rumors say. Ho Tong Xian, it's a big mistake to underestimate Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is no ordinary person. Yen Ruyu looked at Ho Tong Xian and shook his head. 30 years ago, he was still a tyrant in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. 30 years later, he's already ranked 13th in the upper realm. Do you think he's as weak as you say? Yen Ruyu knew Duan Lingtian better than anyone else. In fact, before Duan Lingtian joined the Profound Nether Mansion and joined the Simplicity Celestial sect, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans of the Profound Nether Mansion, Yen Ruyu had heard about Duan Lingtian. Naturally, at that time, Yen Ruyu did not think much of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3202. Wait a minute. Yen Ruyu, are you saying Duan Lingtian and the Duan Lingtian from the Profound Nether Mansion are the same person? Ho Tong Xian was shocked when he heard Yen Ruyu's words. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The others were also shocked by Yen Ruyu's words. Are you serious? That's too shocking. He was only a 10 Directions Celestial Duke 30 years ago, and now, he's ranked 13th in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Yen Ruyu, are you sure? At this moment, The other 7 people looked at Yen Ruyu with an incredulous expression on their faces. Why would I lie to you? Yen Ruyu shook her head. I can tell you, this is 100% true. If you see him in the future, you can ask him about it. This is unbelievable. Someone who was still in the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm 30 years ago has already made a name for himself in the upper realm. Ho Tongxian sighed. Humph. In my opinion, he must have relied on the woman next to him. With his strength, he's definitely not strong enough to rank 13th. A young man dressed in a green robe scoffed. Hu Lei, we shouldn't jump to conclusions before we know the truth. That Duan Lingtian is not as simple as he seems, Yen Ruyu said. Although Yen Ruyu did not know Duan Lingtian, he had watched Duan Lingtian rise to prominence. What? Do you know him well? Hu Lei, a lineal disciple of the Hu clan, one of the 10 major clans in the southern heaven territory, asked Yen Ruyu. Not really. However, how could someone who managed to snatch the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from a reincarnated celestial emperor be simple? Yen Ruyu asked as he looked at Hu Lei intently. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Upon hearing Yen Ruyu's words, not only Hu Lei, but the others were stunned as well. Is that true? Although I've heard about it from my seniors, I thought it was fake. Which one of the reincarnations of immortal emperors isn't a shrewd person? How could someone steal the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Whether you believe it or not, I don't really believe it. Everyone shook their heads. It's true. I have a friend, Yen Ryu said. He's the son of Qingyuan Shan, the deputy leader of the Blood Skull Gang. Back then, he vouched for someone and accepted the mission to target the Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even though he's only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the assassins sent by the Blood Skull Gang were much stronger than him. You should know that even the weakest assassin in the Blood Skull Gang is a one basic celestial king. Of course, he didn't kill the Blood Skull assassin with his own strength. Let's not talk about that for now. However, he did obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. In just a few years, he managed to become a 10-direction celestial duke from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Upon hearing Yen Ryu's words, the expressions of the other 8 people turned grim immediately. They knew there was no reason for Yen Ryu to lie. It seems like Duan Lingtian isn't as simple as he seems. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't be confident he'd be able to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Since a reincarnated celestial emperor wants to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he must be well prepared. In the history of the Devata realms, there have been cases of reincarnated celestial emperors seizing the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. However, most of the time, the person who seizes the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is a reincarnated celestial emperor. Moreover, the reincarnated celestial emperor was much stronger than the person who severed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. I'm very interested in him now. I hope I'll have a chance to meet him in the future. Duan Lingtian was unaware that the top 10 people in the Grade 1 secret realm, including Yen Ryu who was ranked first, were talking about him. Currently, he was in the Grade 2 secret realm with Wanner. Around them, there were another 28 people. There was a spacious hall in the Grade 2 secret realm. However, the hall was sealed from top to bottom. There was no exit at all. It seems like we'll have to wait for a while before the Grade 2 secret realm officially opens. Previously, Duan Lingtian had learned from the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion about the secret realms in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After entering the secret realm, they would have to wait for about an hour before the secret realm officially opened. At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, Wanner, and a few other people, the rest of the people in the hall were separated from each other. The atmosphere was rather tense. Many people looked at Duan Lingtian and Wanner from time to time. It was obvious they were curious about the duo. Duan Lingtian and Huan could be considered as famous people in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, not everyone would be able to rank in the top 20 on their first attempt at entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. This is my first time entering the Grade 2 secret realm. I've only been to the Grade 3 secret realm before. Brother, do you know what we should pay attention to in the Grade 2 secret realm? One of the middle-aged men asked the other middle-aged man standing next to him curiously. However, the other middle-aged man merely glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian shook his head. In the Grade 2 secret realm, everyone was a competitor. Unless they knew each other, they would not lend a helping hand. In just a blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Rumble! Rumble! With a series of rumbling sounds, a door opened in every direction of the hall. There were a total of 4 doors. 19 figures flew out of the 4 doors at lightning speed and disappeared from the 4 doors in just a blink of an eye. HM? At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered those who were in a hurry to leave the hall were looking at him. These people, who were strangers to each other, were now looking at him and Huaner in unison. Swoosh! 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 The sound of a gust of wind rang in the air as the remaining 9 people surrounded Duan Lingtian and Huaner. All of them glared at Duan Lingtian and Huaner. Everyone, what's the meaning of this? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He did not know any of these people, and yet, they were attacking him and Huaner. You can leave, but this woman must stay. The only woman among the 9 people was dressed in a tight red leather jacket. She stared at Huaner coldly as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. HM? Huaner looked at the woman in confusion when she heard her words. She did not understand why this woman, whom she had never met before, was targeting her. Why? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as his gaze turned cold. He did not care if these people were targeting him. However, he would not allow them to target Huaner. Brat, do you know who she is? A middle-aged man among the 9 glanced at the red-clothed woman and asked with a chuckle. She's Jun Qiuhe, a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Jun Wangqin, whom the woman beside you killed earlier, is her younger brother. Another old man said with a grin. I see. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. As it turned out, these people were here to seek revenge. You're quite capable to have so many people helping you. Duan Lingtian looked at Jun Qiuhe in surprise. You must have paid a hefty price to get these people to help you, right? If there were only 1 or 2 people helping Jun Qiuhe, it might be because she had a wide network of friends. However, there were 8 people who were ranked in the top 30 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who were helping Jun Qiuhe. Therefore, Jun Qiuhe must have promised them something. I don't mind paying a hefty price as long as I can avenge my brother. Jun Qiuhe sneered. Jun Qiuhe sneered as she glared at Huaner. It was as though she could not wait to kill Huaner to avenge her younger brother. You only have yourself to blame for your younger brother's death. I'll give you a chance to scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being merciless. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam flashed in them. I'd like to see how merciless all of you are. Jun Qiuhe sneered again. As soon as she finished speaking, she moved like a bolt of lightning toward Huaner. Purple lightning coiled around her body, making her look like a god of thunder, majestic and awe-inspiring. It was clear she had comprehended the law of thunder. Swoosh! Just as Jun Qiuhe moved, a long whip appeared in her hand. The whip was crimson and was surrounded by electric snakes. It swept through the void, causing the air to stagnate. Swoosh! 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 After Jun Qiuhe made her move, the other 8 people made their moves as well. Since they had received benefits from Jun Qiuhe, it was only natural for them to help her. Huaner, there's no need to show mercy. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent when he saw the 9 people attacking him. His celestial origin energy that contained the space elemental profundity surged out of his body as he said in a deep voice. All right, brother Lingtian. Huaner's eyes flashed with killing intent when she sensed Duan Lingtian's killing intent. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Huaner disappeared from their original spot. When they reappeared, they were already outside the encirclement of the 9 people. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and Huaner spread out. 4 of you, go and kill that brat. The rest of you, help me kill this little B***tch. Jun Chio, he ordered her subordinates before she made her move again. She flicked her whip and charged toward Huaner. 4 people charged toward Duan Lingtian. The rest of them went to help Huaner. Since all of you want to die, I'll fulfill your wishes. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he saw the 4 people charging at him menacingly. He no longer teleported away. Instead, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body as his spatial domain spread out. The 4 people were instantly shrouded by the spatial domain. Shackle. With just a thought in Duan Lingtian's mind, the 4 of them were trapped in a square cage that was burning with golden flames. Chapter 3203. A mere 3-talent celestial king wants to trap us. What a joke! I can break your spatial shackles with a wave of my hand. The 4 people who were trapped by the golden flames did not seem to care at all when they saw the square cage shrouded in golden flames. In the next moment, they launched their attacks in an attempt to break free from the cage. Cross-dimensional slash! As soon as the 4 of them made their moves, with just a thought from Duan Lingtian, 3 spatial tears appeared outside the cage. It was as though 3 spatial beasts had opened their bloody mouths. In the next moment, buzz! 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 3 blurry rays of light shot out from the spatial rifts, leaving a trail of golden flames in their wake. Teleport! Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. The 3 blurry rays of light were instantly teleported into the cage that was shrouded in golden flames. The 4 people in the cage continued to attack the cage as they tried to defend themselves against the cross-dimensional slash that had suddenly appeared in the cage. At this moment, the 4 people took out their celestial weapons. They were all royal-grade celestial weapons. An illusory image appeared on each of their bodies. It was either an armor illusory image, a vest illusory image, or a cape illusory image. These were the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons they were wearing. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talent celestial king, they still felt threatened by the sudden attack from the cross-dimensional slash profundity. Buzz! 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 The 3 cross-dimensional slash shot toward 3 of the 4 people in the cage, locking them in place. The 3 people in the cage attacked the 3 cross-dimensional slash. They thought their attacks would be able to block the 3 cross-dimensional slash. When their attacks were annihilated, only the golden flames on the dimensional slash were extinguished. The dimensional slash continued to fly toward them. Their expressions changed completely. This is bad. How can he be so strong? The 3 people's expressions changed drastically. At the same time, the 4 people's attacks landed on the cage as well. Similarly, their attacks only managed to extinguish the golden flames on the cage. After the golden flames were extinguished, the spatial energy continued to restrain them. Whoosh! Just as the 4 of them were preparing for the next wave of attacks with all their might, an ear-piercing sword whistle sounded in their ears. At some point in time, Duan Lingtian had already arrived outside the cage, standing parallel to the 4 people. He swung the sword in his hand horizontally, bringing out a 7-colored sword light. Duan Lingtian had not used the 7 Orifices exquisite sword for a long time. Although the 7 Orifices exquisite sword had not completely merged with the artifact soul, Huanger, its power had increased by quite a bit. Not good! What kind of immortal weapon is that? When the 4 people who were imprisoned heard the sound of the sword, they hurriedly came back to their senses. By the time they realized that the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was extraordinary, it was already too late. Whoosh! The 7-colored sword chi that was capable of annihilating everything in its path killed all 4 of them. They did not even have the chance to crush their identity jade tokens to leave the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Naturally, none of them had the chance to crush their identity jade tokens to leave the Southern Heaven ancient realm. While Duan Lingtian killed the 4 people, Huaner's Yin Yang 9 water chestnut ring had also killed the 5 people who had besieged her. Although the 9 people who had besieged Duan Lingtian and Huan had comprehended all the profundities from a law, some of them had even comprehended 2 profundities to the initial stage. However, the profundities that those who had comprehended profundities to the initial stage were only ordinary profundities. Therefore, their overall strength was mediocre. Their strength was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian and Huaner. In the end, all 9 of them were annihilated by the duo. Huaner, let's go! Duan Lingtian beckoned Huaner as the 7 orifices exquisite sword merged with his body again. Then, the 2 of them made their way to one of the doors at the side of the main hall. Inside the main hall, corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian casually collected the 9 people's spatial rings. The Wind Thunder Dao sect was one of the 5 great sects in the Southern Heaven territory. At this moment, a furious roar rang from one of the palaces in the Wind Thunder Dao sect. Here! At the next moment, outside the palace, under the gazes of a group of Wind Thunder Dao sect's disciples, an old figure flew out from the side hall. His expression was extremely ugly. The old man was none other than Jun Chongshan, the Vice Hall Master of the Wind Thunder Dao sect's Enforcement Hall. What's going on this time? Why is Vice Hall Master Jun so angry? I remember something similar happened a few months ago. At that time, Vice Hall Master Jun's great-grandson, Jun Wangqin, was killed in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I heard that after Jun Wangqin's death, his sister, Jun Qiuhe, has been searching everywhere for people with high rankings in order to avenge Jun Wangqin's death in the ranking secret realm of the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Based on the time, they should be in the ranking secret realm now, right? Don't tell me something happened to Jun Qiuhe as well? Many shocked gazes fell on Jun Chongshan. A group of Wind Thunder Dao sect disciples whispered to each other. They could not help but suspect that something had happened to Jun Qiuhe. Vice Hall Master Jun, what's going on? Another muscular figure appeared in the sky and asked as he looked at Jun Chongshan. It's Wu Gang, the Vice Hall Master of Hidden Edge Hall. Many disciples from the Wind Thunder Dao sect recognized the muscular middle-aged man who had appeared in the sky. At this moment, the 2 men standing in the sky were celestial lords from the Wind Thunder Dao sect. As the 2 of them stood there, the anger on the old man's body soared to the heavens, causing the nearby Wind Thunder Dao sect disciples to feel a slight pressure. Qiuhe has died, Jun Chongshan said in a low voice. Jun Chongshan said in a deep voice as he clenched his fists. His celestial origin energy pulsed involuntarily from his body, emitting waves of awe-inspiring aura. Many disciples from the Wind Thunder Dao sect with lower cultivation bases were horrified. They quickly flew away from Jun Chongshan. What? Wu Gang's eyes widened slightly. Jun Qiuhe is dead? While Wu Gang was still in shock, Jun Chongshan had already flown away. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from everyone's sight. Jun Qiuhe. Is she really dead? Heavens! Did we really guess it right? That woman called Huan, in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm actually killed Jun Qiuhe, who had a group of helpers. How terrifying! With her strength, I'm sure she's definitely ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Vice Hall Master Jun seems to be heading toward Vice Sect Leader Ho's residence. In my opinion, he's probably going to look for Vice Sect Leader Ho to ask Senior Brother Ho Tongxian to avenge Jun Qiuhe and Jun Wangqin. While the disciples of the Wind Thunder Dao sect were whispering among themselves, the Deputy Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Jun Chongshan, had arrived at the residence of the Deputy Sect Leader of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, Hojin. Vice Sect Leader, please ask Ho Tongxian to avenge my great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Jun Chongshan bowed as soon as he saw Hojin. It was as though he would not stand up if Hojin did not agree to his request. Vice Hall Master Jun, please stand up first, Hojin said. After listening to Jun Chongshan's explanation, Hojin finally understood what had happened. You mean? Jun Qiuhe found 8 people who were ranked in the top 10 in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, but they were all killed by that woman called Huaner. Vice Hall Master Jun, is there a mistake? Perhaps Jun Qiuhe died in the trial of the ranked secret realm. Hojin speculated. Impossible. Jun Chongshan shook his head decisively. Before Huaner killed that woman, she had sent me a message. However, she died not long after she sent the message. At that time, everyone in the Grey Two's secret realm had left. Only Huaner, her helper, and the young man next to her, Duan Ling Tian, were left in the secret realm. Duan Ling Tian explained. Jun Chongshan said. Who did Jun Chiohe find? Do you know? Hojin asked. I know. I've contacted a few of those people's elders that I can contact. They were all killed. Jun Chongshan's expression was unsightly. Hojin's eyes widened when he heard Jun Chongshan's words. If those two people really killed them, I'm afraid they're not much weaker than my son, Ho Tong Xian. Vice Hall Master Jun, I'll send a message to my son, but I can't guarantee he'll be able to kill them, Hojin said. Vice Sect Leader Jun, if even Ho Tong Xian can't kill them, I can only accept it, Jun Chongshan said through gritted teeth. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Ho Tong Xian, who had separated from the others and was exploring the Grade 1's secret realm by himself, suddenly received a message from his father. Duan Lingtian and Huaner killed Jun Chiohe? Moreover, Jun Chiohe had gathered 8 people to kill Jun Chiohe? It had to be said that when Ho Tong Xian received this message, he was completely shocked. Jun Chiohe was not weak to begin with. Moreover, the people she gathered were all ranked in the top 30 on the scoreboard. They were not weak at all. However, these 9 people were completely annihilated by Duan Lingtian and Huaner. Father, if this is true, I'm not confident, Ho Tong Xian said in a deep voice. If there's a chance, we'll test them. Of course, don't kill them at first. As far as I know, those 2 aren't people who kill indiscriminately. They won't kill unless they're trying to kill them, Ho Tong Xian said. Hojin said. This was the reason he agreed to Jun Chongshan's request. He knew Duan Lingtian and Huan were not people who killed indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would not have risked his precious son's life. It's not a problem to test them. Ho Tong Xian sighed in relief. At the same time, his eyes glinted as he sent a message. Yan Ryu, how much do you know about Duan Lingtian and the woman by his side? Ian? Chapter 3204. In the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In the Grade 2's secret realm. Brother Lingtian, where should we go now? After leaving the main hall, Duan Lingtian and Huaner were greeted by a vast and boundless world. Now, even if they looked back, they wouldn't be able to see the hall they were in just now. It was as if they had appeared in a completely new world the moment they walked out of the door of the palace. Furthermore, they had merged with this world. Let's go wherever we want. Duan Lingtian smiled. Huaner, you can go wherever you want. There were many fortuitous encounters in Grade 2's secret realms such as celestial weapons, celestial pills, celestial fruits, and celestial talismans. However, Duan Lingtian only wanted celestial pills and celestial fruits that could raise his cultivation base. It was extremely difficult for celestial kings to obtain celestial pills and celestial fruits that could raise one's cultivation base. Even if such a thing existed, it was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the southern heaven territory. Naturally, there were many celestial pills and celestial fruits that could raise one's cultivation base. The reason Duan Lingtian was able to break through from a 1 basic celestial king to a 3 talents celestial king in just 30 years was because the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion had given him many celestial pills and celestial fruits. He had given half of them to Huaner. Even if he did not give half of them to Huaner, his current cultivation base would still not reach the level of a 4 phenomenons celestial king. The gap between a 3 talents celestial king and a 4 phenomenons celestial king was as wide as a chasm. Brother Lingtian, let's go this way, Huaner said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the direction to his right. All right. Duan Lingtian did not ask any questions. He led Huaner to the right. Along the way, he extended his divine consciousness to search for fortuitous encounters. The Grade 2's secret realms in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm were filled with both fortuitous encounters and risks. In fact, one's life might be in danger here. Naturally, the more valuable an item was, the more dangerous it was. For example, defensive royal-grade celestial weapons were protected by powerful formation spirits in the secret realms of the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The formation spirit was a spirit body condensed by the formation. It was extremely powerful. Although his cultivation base was only a 10-direction celestial king, the profundities he comprehended were not inferior to the profundities in the top 10 in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Generally speaking, when encountering this kind of array spirit, many people would choose to join forces. However, even though it's dangerous in the ranked secret realm, you can still crush your identity jade token and leave. Duan Lingtian had heard the Imperial Tudor Palace Master mention this before. Of course, once he crushed the identity jade token and left, he would not be able to enter again. It was equivalent to giving up this opportunity to explore the ranked secret realm. Big Brother Lingtian, there's a sound in front. After traveling for about 2 hours, Duan Lingtian pointed at a group of volcanoes in the distance and said, "There's no need to worry about that. Right now, the two of them were standing on a barren desert. In the distance, there was a group of volcanoes. In the center of the volcanoes, flames were constantly erupting. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, could not hear the sound. Nevertheless, he still led Huaner forward. After traveling for a while, they finally heard the sound. Boom! Rumble! A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. At the same time, he could vaguely see figures flashing in the center of the volcanoes. Apart from a few figures, there was a huge figure in the center of the volcanoes as well. However, it did not look human at all. The Imperial Tudor Palace Master continued to say, "In the rank secret realm, as long as there's a commotion, it means a treasure is about to appear. The stronger the formation spirit, the more valuable the treasure is. Some of the treasures in the secret realms are things that even the 10 great clans and 5 great sects yearn for. Of course, there aren't many of those treasures." The pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion's words seemed to echo in Duan Lingtian's ears as his eyes lit up. It seems like the treasure that the formation spirit is guarding is not simple. Duan Lingtian speculated that the huge figure in the center of the volcanoes was the formation spirit guarding the treasure. Based on how the formation spirit was evenly matched with the few figures, it was obvious that the formation spirit was not weak. "Huaner, let's go." Duan Lingtian held Huaner's hand as he teleported 10,000 meters away from where they were. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt 1/3 of his celestial origin energy had been depleted. With my current celestial origin energy, it's still difficult for me to cast the teleportation profundity to the initial stage. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Duan Lingtian had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the initial stage. With this, he could travel 10,000 meters with just the teleportation profundity. However, it would take a lot of celestial origin energy to travel 10,000 meters with the teleportation profundity at the initial stage. This amount of celestial origin energy was nothing to a celestial lord. However, it was a huge burden to a celestial king. For example, Duan Lingtian was only a 3-talents celestial king. Even so, he had to consume 1/3 of his celestial origin energy to teleport 10,000 meters away. On the other hand, if he only used teleportation to travel a distance of 100 meters, 1,000 meters, or even 10,000 meters, he wouldn't need to use so much celestial origin energy. After traveling 10,000 meters, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived above the volcanoes. At this moment, they could clearly see the figures in the distance. There were 3 people in total, and they were fighting a flaming rock giant. The rock giant's body emitted a scorching aura. Moreover, it was red in color, as though it had just been taken out of a furnace. These 3 people. Duan Lingtian looked at the 3 people. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other 2 were young men. He had seen them when he first entered the Grade 2 secret realm. However, at this moment, they were once again at a disadvantage in the face of the flame giant's attack. Swoosh! The flaming rock giant's fist that was the size of a small mountain swept through the air, carrying with it a vast amount of celestial origin energy that was boosted with the fire elemental profundity. Its fist contained most of the profundities from the law of fire, and it even contained profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage. The explosion profundity and the burning profundity. They're both at the initial stage. Before Duan Lingtian comprehended the law of space, he had comprehended the law of fire. With just a glance, he could tell how powerful the law of the flaming rock giant was. The flame giant was much stronger than any of the 9 people who had died at his hands. Although some of the 9 people had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage, they were only profundities that did not have much of a presence. The profundities that did not have much of a presence were not as powerful as the profundities that did not have much of a presence. For example, the law of fire's explosion profound meaning and the law of fire's burning profound meaning were the main offensive profound meanings of the law of fire. Those who had comprehended these 2 profound meanings to the initial realm would be considered top-notch existences. Bang! The flaming rock giant's fist was about to land on the weakest person. However, at this critical moment, the weakest person took out his identity jade token and crushed it before disappearing into thin air. The flaming rock giant's fist missed its target and smashed into a nearby volcano, causing it to tremble violently. The entire group of volcanoes shook like an earthquake. Retreat! The expressions of the 2 survivors changed drastically as they hastily retreated. The flaming rock giant only calmed down after they were out of the range of the towering flames. The flaming rock giant was slowly submerged in the towering flames. It was as though it was never there. At this moment, the 2 survivors who had retreated looked at the bottom of the towering flames with an unwilling expression on their faces. The treasure is down there? Duan Lingtian brought Juana closer when he sensed the duo's attention. With just a glance, he saw a towering plant under the towering flames. It was still as green as ever even as the flames burned it. 5 fiery red fruits could be seen on the plant. They were celestial fruits. Upon closer inspection, one could also see that there were blue veins on the ground. On the surface of each of the 5 fiery red fruits, there were 3 fine blue lines that were faintly discernible under the contrast of the flames. These are flaming green striped fruits? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Moreover, there are 5 of them. With my current cultivation base, I'll be able to break through and become a 4-phenomenon celestial king in a short time if I consume 2 of them. The flaming green striped fruit was a celestial fruit that could raise the cultivation base of a celestial king. If a 1 basic celestial king consumed 2 flaming green striped fruits, he would be able to break through and become a 2-form celestial king in a short time. The higher the cultivation base of a celestial king, the less effective the flaming green striped fruit would be. For example, a 9 palaces celestial king would not be able to break through and become a 10-direction celestial king in a short time even if he consumed 10 flaming green striped fruits. Even if the flaming green striped fruit could be consumed multiple times, its efficacy would not decrease. Flaming green striped fruits! Juana recognized the flaming green striped fruits as soon as Duan Lingtian recognized them. As 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she had inherited the memories of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox as well. There are 5 flaming green striped fruits. Duan Lingtian was excited. Although he had obtained many similar cultivation resources in the profound Nether Mansion, none of them could compare to the flaming green striped fruits. The flaming green striped fruits were extremely rare. Even the 10 major clans and 5 major sects might not have them, let alone the profound Nether Mansion. At this moment, the 2 celestial kings finally noticed Duan Lingtian and Juana's presence. Their eyes lit up immediately as they flew toward Duan Lingtian and Juana. Gentlemen, why don't we work together to obtain the flaming green striped fruits? Not interested. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 2 celestial kings indifferently. Now you can either leave this place or crush your identity jade tokens and leave. You have 5 breaths to think about it. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Chapter 3205. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the expressions of the 2 men changed drastically. Sir, even if you don't want to join forces with us, you don't have to do this, right? Don't you think you've gone overboard? The middle-aged man's face sank as he asked coldly. The young man next to him had an unsightly expression on his face as well. However, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. After all, he knew that the man and woman in front of him were ranked 13th and 15th on the scoreboard respectively. On their side, although the person beside him was ranked 12th on the scoreboard, he was only ranked 19th on the scoreboard. You don't have the ability to obtain the flaming green striped fruits. Are you planning to stay here and take advantage of me? Duan Lingtian sneered. Sir, you're saying the two of you can obtain the flaming green striped fruits? The young man inhaled sharply when he heard this. He had personally experienced how terrifying the formation spirit was earlier. Even if the three of them joined forces, they still could not defeat the spirit. However, the purple-clad young man before him seemed confident he could obtain the flaming green striped fruits. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a hint of fear could be seen in the middle-aged man's eyes. However, he did not show any intention of leaving. In fact, a hint of greed could be seen in the depths of his eyes. You still have 3 breaths left, Duan Lingtian reminded the middle-aged man in a deep voice. Sir, it's best to leave some leeway for mortals. The middle-aged man's expression was slightly unsightly. Brother Lingtian, you're not leaving? If that's the case, don't leave. Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, teleported behind the middle-aged man when she saw he had no intention of leaving. In the next moment, the law of space's restraining profundity appeared and imprisoned the middle-aged man. Rip! 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 3 spatial tears appeared in the air as the 3 cross-dimensional / profundity were sent into the space where the middle-aged man was imprisoned. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When the middle-aged man regained his senses, the 3 cross-dimensional / profundity were only 10 meters away from him. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and his celestial origin energy swept out from his body. The celestial artifact in his hand shook, and he made a move to block the 3-dimensional decapitators. After blocking the 3-dimensional slashes, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, a cry of alarm came from beside him. Be careful! The person who cried out in alarm was none other than the young man standing next to the middle-aged man. He had seen Huan unleash various techniques before she took out a celestial artifact and threw it at the middle-aged man. Hum! The yin-yang 9 water chestnut ring flashed through the air, leaving behind a beam of 2-colored light. When it neared the sealed space, it disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already in the confinement space. No! This time, the middle-aged man only had time to block the second attack. Moreover, it was an attack from an immortal weapon. The result was obvious. The middle-aged man's hand was crushed by the yin-yang 9 water chestnut ring, and then he died under the yin-yang 9 water chestnut ring. After killing the middle-aged man, Huan casually put away the middle-aged man's spatial ring. Then, she teleported to Duan Lingtian's side and handed the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. In the next moment, she held Duan Lingtian's hand, looking meek and obedient. The young man's eyes widened when he saw the young woman standing before him. At the same time, he felt a chill running up his spine. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that such a meek and beautiful woman could be so decisive. You have 1 breath left, Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at the young man indifferently. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words entered the young man's ears, it jolted him back to his senses. He hastily turned around and fled. The young man did not even dare to look back as he fled. In just a blink of an eye, he had disappeared from Duan Lingtian and Huan's sight. After the young man left, Duan Lingtian said to Huan with a smile on his face, Huan, you stay here and watch over the formation. I'll go and retrieve the flaming green striped fruits. In truth, even if the 2 formation elders had stayed behind, Duan Lingtian would not have allowed them to snatch the flaming green striped fruits from him. He had chased them away because he did not want them to know too much about him. For example, the 7 orifices exquisite sword. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat the formation spirit without the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Huan was strong enough to defeat the formation spirit, but if he was alone, it would be difficult for him to deal with the two formation spirits without the seven orifices exquisite sword. If he used the seven orifices exquisite sword and the two formation spirits left, news of him possessing the seven orifices exquisite sword would spread like wildfire. Naturally, they would not be able to tell that the seven orifices exquisite sword was a divine weapon. However, they would still think that it was an emperor-grade celestial weapon. It would not be a good thing for him to have an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Huana nodded. She obediently let go of Duan Lingtian's hand and watched as Duan Lingtian stepped into the flames. It's really hot. No wonder the formation spirit who has comprehended the law of fire is so fast. He can even use the fire elemental profundity in this place. There was a profundity from the law of fire called the fire elemental profundity. The fire elemental profundity was very difficult to comprehend at the rudimentary stage. It could not be used unless one was in an environment with flames. Only when one had comprehended the fire elemental profundity to the mastery stage would one be able to use it anywhere. In this place, anyone who had comprehended the fire elemental profundity would be able to use the fire elemental profundity at will. Oh! As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the flames, a loud howl rang in the air, causing Duan Lingtian's eardrums to tremble. In the next moment, the flaming giant appeared again and pounced toward Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the seven orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand. Then, he teleported behind the flaming giant and cast his strongest attack. Swoosh! The sound of sword whistling rang in the air, but it was short-lived. A seven-colored sword ray shot into the flaming giant's body and instantly destroyed it. Following that, Duan Lingtian put away the seven orifices exquisite sword and took the 5 flaming green striped fruits. Huaner, let's go to the next place. After putting away the 5 flaming green striped fruits, Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huaner and continued to search for the next place with fortuitous encounters. He did not plan to consume the 5 flaming green striped fruits for now. In the secret realms, one could stay in the first-class secret realms for a month, while the second-class secret realms could only stay in the first-class secret realms for 20 days. As for the third-class secret realms, one could only stay in the third-class secret realms for 10 days. Moreover, the third-class secret realms were more difficult than the second-class secret realms, and the second-class secret realms were more difficult than the first-class secret realms. For the next 20 days, Duan Lingtian and Huaner wandered around the second-class secret realms. After collecting the 5 flaming green striped fruits, they gained quite a lot. Their biggest gain was a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, a white female celestial robe. Huaner fell in love with it as soon as she laid eyes on it. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, happy to see Huaner fall in love with it. Apart from the flaming green striped fruits, they had also collected some celestial fruits and celestial pills that could increase one's cultivation base. Apart from that, they had also obtained a few good celestial talismans. However, they could not be used recklessly in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. There was a rule in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm that those who had used celestial talismans against their opponents would lose their identity jade tokens. This rule applied to both the upper realm and the rank secret realms. In other words, those who had used celestial talismans against their opponents could only leave the upper realm through the safe zone. In the rank secret realms, they could only leave after the secret realms closed. Swoosh! Swoosh! When the time was up, Duan Lingtian and Huan were sent out of the upper realm and returned to the safe zone. Huaner, let's return and cultivate for a while before we enter the upper realm. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Huaner before they left the upper realm and returned to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion. With Huaner and Huaner's current strength, they might be able to enter the top 10 if they joined forces. However, there were still many people who could pose a threat to them. Moreover, with Zhang Jini around, they did not dare to recklessly enter the top 10. With this in mind, Duan Lingtian decided to return to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and cultivate for a period of time before he comprehended the law of space with the supreme powerhouse divinity. I'll listen to you, brother Lingtian. Huana would never refute Duan Lingtian's words. In her opinion, Duan Lingtian was always right. With this, Duan Lingtian brought Huana back to the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion and continued to cultivate and comprehend the law of space. Naturally, the others were unaware of this. For example, Zhang Dongnan, the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. After Zhang Jini agreed to enter the upper realm using an alias, Zhang Dongnan had spent a lot of effort to locate a powerful Sectless 10 Directions Celestial King. This Sectless cultivator would occasionally enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When he was ranked at the top, he was ranked 13th. Although he's not ranked in the top 10, he hasn't entered the upper realm for more than 10 years. No one would suspect anything even if the messenger uses his name to rank in the top 10. With this thought in mind, Zhang Dongnan personally killed the Sectless cultivator. The Sectless cultivator did not know how he had offended a celestial lord. Messenger. After killing the Sectless cultivator, Zhang Dongnan returned to the Phantom Fox clan and looked for Zhang Jini. Messenger, I've found you an identity as a Sectless cultivator. When you enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, inscribe Dong Yu's name on your identity jade token. Since I've already killed him, it's impossible for him to appear in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Moreover, he hasn't entered the upper realm for more than 10 years. His highest ranking in the past was 13th place. Chapter 3206. Dong Yu. Dong Yu was a Sectless cultivator in the Southern Heaven Territory who was a 10 Directions Celestial King who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. Previously, his best result in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm was 13th place. However, it had been more than 10 years since his name appeared on the scoreboard in the upper realm. Naturally, even if his name had not appeared on the scoreboard for more than 10 years, nobody would think he was not even ranked in the top 100 in the past 10 years. I thought Dong Yu had become a celestial lord more than 10 years ago. That's why he didn't enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. I didn't expect him to remain a celestial lord for more than 10 years. Someone in a safe zone in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm sighed. Do you think it's that easy to become a celestial lord? If it's that easy, there wouldn't be so few celestial lords in the Southern Heaven Territory. In my opinion, Dong Yu has been in closed-door cultivation for more than 10 years. Dong Yu is really strong this time. It has only been 3 months, but he's already ranked 19th. It seems like Dong Yu's strength has improved over the past 10 years. As long as he's lucky, he'll be able to rank in the top 10. At this moment, the Sectless cultivator, Dong Yu, was the topic of discussion in the safe zones of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After all, not only did Dong Yu, who had disappeared for more than 10 years, appear again, but he had also risen to the 19th place in such a short time. I remember Dong Yu didn't kill indiscriminately in the past. However, he killed almost all the people he eliminated this time. I don't know. Perhaps something happened to him in the past 10 years. He's almost on par with Zhang Jini from last year. Speaking of Zhang Jini, why didn't he enter the upper realm this year? Perhaps he wants to enter at the end of the year. His speed on the scoreboard is much faster than Dong Yu's. At this moment, the people in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm did not expect the real Dong Yu to be dead. After all, the real Dong Yu was Zhang Jini. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, one could leave one's name on the identity jade token as long as it did not overlap with someone else's name. This time, when Zhang Jini entered, he left the name Dong Yu. It's been 4 months, and they still haven't come in. Zhang Jini hovered in the air above a blood-red forest. He glanced at the scoreboard through his identity jade token, only to discover that Duan Lingtian and Huana's names were not on the scoreboard. Could it be that they also came in under fake names? Zhang Jini could not help but think so. With this thought in mind, Zhang Jini sent a message to Zhang Dongnan, the patriarch of the Phantom Fox clan. Zhang Dongnan immediately instructed Zhang Yunting's son to check the scoreboard. Zhang Yunting's son quickly replied to Zhang Dongnan. Clan leader, the remaining people on the scoreboard are all frequent visitors to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Their rankings are the same as before. Duan Lingtian and Huaner haven't entered the upper realm yet. After receiving the reply, Zhang Dongnan immediately sent another message to Zhang Jini. Lord Anvei, Duan Lingtian and Huaner haven't entered the upper realm yet. Please wait a little longer. However, because of Zhang Dongnan's words, Zhang Jini had to wait for 100 years. This is the last time I'll enter the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. If Duan Lingtian and Huaner still haven't entered the upper realm, I'll have to return as well. Zhang Jini entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm again. This was the 100th time Dong Yu had entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm using the name Dong Yu. Throughout the past 100 years, he had barely made it into the top 10 in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to avoid attracting too much attention. However, as soon as he entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, he would crush his identity jade token and leave. He was not interested in staying in the upper realm for long. Initially, he had planned to return to the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory after waiting for a few years, but Duan Lingtian and Huaner still had not entered the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. However, a message from the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan stopped him. Genie, I know you don't want to stay in the southern heaven territory, but the matter of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is very important. You'll have to wait for 100 years. If she still hasn't shown up after 100 years, you'll have to return. Due to the Grand Elder's words, Zhang Jini had no choice but to stay in the upper realm of the Phantom Fox clan. In just a blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Finally, I can return. Zhang Jini felt refreshed after entering the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. After all, he would be able to leave the southern heaven territory and return to the heavenly territory after the scoreboard was reset. Since this is the last time, I won't hold back anymore. I'll make sure Dong Yu ranks first this year. Throughout the past 99 years, he had never given it his all. However, this time, he decided to give it his all to bring the name he had used for 100 years to the top of the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. In the profound nether mansion. In the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. Senior! An old man who was fishing in the backyard was awakened by the voice behind him. He put down his fishing rod and turned around to see a purple-clad young man standing nearby. Beside the purple-clothed young man stood a woman in white. They looked like a golden couple standing next to each other. Both of you have been in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. How is it? How's your cultivation base now? The old man asked with a smile. He did not expect Duan Lingtian and Huaner to be in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. Nevertheless, Duan Lingtian still asked the mansion master of the profound nether mansion to look for cultivation resources for the duo while they were in closed-door cultivation. Over the past 100 years, at least half of the profound nether mansion's wealth had been spent on the duo. Huaner has become a 10 Directions Celestial King. She's only one step away from becoming a Celestial Lord. Duan Lingtian smiled. In just a blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Initially, he did not plan to cultivate in seclusion for so long. However, after consuming the 5 flaming green striped fruits, Huaner gave him 10 drops of blood essence as well. With that, his cultivation base rose from a 3 talents Celestial King to a 7 stars Celestial King in just a short time. Huaner had also become extremely weak due to the overdraft of her blood essence. She would need to recuperate for 10 years to recover from a single drop of blood essence. On the other hand, she would need 100 years to recover from 10 drops. Fortunately, even though she had used 10 drops of blood essence, it didn't affect her cultivation or her comprehension of the law of space through the Supreme Quintessence Godhead. Since Huaner wanted to recuperate, he planned to explore the upper realm alone. However, when he saw the longing in Huaner's eyes and the fact that he had promised her that he would never leave her side again, he decided against it. Therefore, he accompanied Huaner and cultivated in closed-door cultivation for 100 years. What about you? The old man asked. I'm still far from becoming a 10 Directions Celestial King. Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. After 100 years, Even with the endless cultivation resources provided by the profound nether mansion, he had only managed to break through from a 7 stars celestial king to a 9 palaces celestial king. "What do you plan to do next?" the old man asked again. "I plan to enter the upper realm again. After that, I'll leave the spirit overarching heaven and travel to the Yen Huang heaven." Duan Lingtian revealed his plan. "When Huaner and I are strong enough to avenge the imperial tutor, we'll return." "You're going to the Yen Huang heaven? Why?" The old man frowned in confusion. "It's dangerous for Huaner to stay here. After all, the main Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory is aware of Huaner's existence. Even if they don't know for sure that Huaner is 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, she's still in great danger. If we leave the spirit overarching heaven and go to the Yen Huang heaven, we'll be able to avoid the main Phantom Fox clan," Duan Lingtian said. "There's a Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven as well," the old man said. "However, compared to the main Phantom Fox clan in the spirit overarching heaven, the main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven is slightly weaker. After all, the main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven is also a branch of the spirit overarching heaven," the old man said. "The main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven is the Du clan. They won't harm Huaner," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. In fact, 100 years ago, Duan Lingtian had learned from the memory celestial talismans in the profound nether mansion that the main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor heaven was the Du clan. Therefore, at that time, he felt that this was a miraculous coincidence. The Jade Emperor heaven was supposed to be a Devata realm for him. However, due to a freak combination of factors, he ended up in the spirit overarching heaven and met Huaner. Huaner was from the Du clan and the Phantom Fox clan. "I see." Realization dawned on the old man. Then, he said, "Since both of you have made up your minds, I won't disturb you any further. I only hope that both of you can visit me whenever you're free. Even if I'm not strong enough to avenge the imperial tutor," the old man said. The old man was usually alone. Even if someone came to visit him, it would be the mansion master of the profound nether mansion. Duan Lingtian and Huaner had been in the imperial tutor pavilion for more than 100 years. Therefore, the old man had developed feelings for both of them. He liked these two juniors very much. In fact, he had a feeling they would surpass him in the future. If everything went well, they might even become titled celestial lords or ordinary divine emperors. "Senior, we're not leaving yet. Let's talk about it after we leave the upper realm." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said with a smile. Without waiting for the old man's reply, Duan Lingtian took out the transportation formation compass and placed the celestial crystals on it. Then, he brought Huaner into the upper realm. This was his second time entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, this would be his last time as well. After they left the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they would leave the spirit overarching heaven and head to the Jade Emperor heaven. Chapter 3207. Duan Lingtian felt as though a lifetime had passed since he entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. When Duan Lingtian and Huaner appeared in one of the safe zones in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, they attracted a lot of attention. "What a beautiful woman! I've never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. Her face is flawless. I'm afraid this woman isn't inferior to the short-lived woman from 100 years ago, Huaner." Many people's attention was focused on Huaner at this moment. "She's Huaner!" At this moment, a voice rang out, covering the noise of the crowd. 100 years ago, I was eliminated by her." The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. He stood in the distance and looked at Huaner warily. "It's Xiao Hongkuan!" Immediately, many people's attention fell on the middle-aged man. Some people recognized him at a glance. Xiao Hongkuan was considered a celebrity in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was ranked in the top 30 most of the time. Most of the people present on the scene knew someone like him. "So she's Huaner. She hasn't appeared in the upper realm for 100 years, right? I remember that 100 years ago, she wasn't even 100 years old. After 100 years, how strong would her strength have become? If she didn't enter the upper realm, I would think she's already a celestial lord." However, now that she's here, she must be a 10 directions celestial king at least. When she was a 6 combos celestial king, she was ranked 15th. Now that she's a 10 directions celestial king, her comprehension of the law of space must have improved tremendously. Her current strength might be able to be mentioned in the same breath as Yen Ryu. That's possible. Due to Huaner's stunning performance in the upper realm 100 years ago, most of the people present on the scene were certain she had grown stronger since she had not appeared in public for 100 years. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian and Huaner collected their accumulative point jades and left the safe zone. Similar to the last time they entered the upper realm, they did not activate the invisibility formation in their accumulative point jades. However, even so, the group of people in the safe zone only dared to watch them leave from afar. They did not chase after them and attack them. Outside the safe zone, there were many people waiting to ambush them. However, they all had spies inside the safe zone. When they found out that the person who had come out was the same Huaner from 100 years ago, they didn't dare to act rashly. Just like that, Duan Lingtian and Huaner made their way out of the safe zone. For a long time, they didn't see a single person. It was as if everyone had vanished without a trace. Huaner, our goal this time is to rank 31st to 100th on the scoreboard. After all, in the secret realms in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, only grade 3 secret realms are capable of pressuring you, Huaner said. Duan Lingtian said. Because of this, Duan Lingtian didn't summon anyone even if they didn't encounter anyone along the way and didn't obtain any points. After all, he had decided to bring Huaner to the upper realm to look for an opportunity to break through and become a celestial lord before they left for the Jade Emperor Heaven. While Duan Lingtian and Huan were leisurely strolling in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm, Zhang Dongyi, who had changed his name to Dongyu, was on a killing spree. Dongyu's ranking was rising rapidly. In just a month, he had risen to 39th place. Just as Dongyu was about to search for his next target, he took out his identity jade token and saw a familiar name on it. He had been waiting for this name for 1,000 years. Huaner. She was ranked 96th. She's here? Zhang Jinyi's eyes widened slightly as an expression of surprise appeared on his face. I entered the upper realm during the last time I entered the upper realm? It seems like even the heavens are on my side. He had been waiting for this woman for the past 100 years. Now, she had finally shown up. There's no need to rush my ranking. I'll wait for her to catch up to me before I catch up to her. Zhang Jinyi thought to himself. At this moment, Zhang Jinyi was no longer in a hurry. In fact, he had even forgotten about his intention to compete for the top spot. In just a blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Huaner had risen to the 82nd place while Duan Lingtian had risen to the 85th place. Let's continue waiting. Zhang Jinyi was hiding in a secluded area in the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. It was precisely because of this that his ranking on the scoreboard had dropped from 39th to 46th in just half a month. Nevertheless, he was not in a hurry. He had already waited for 100 years. Why would he care about waiting for less than a year? Time continued to pass. Months passed by one after another. Soon, there was only a month left before the scoreboard would reset. At this moment, Zhang Jinyi discovered that both Huaner and Duan Lingtian were still in the top 50. Their rankings were roughly the same 6 months ago, and they were still in the top 50. Huaner 35th place. Duan Lingtian 37th place. Don't tell me they're also fake names? Zhang Jinyi thought to himself with a frown on his face. Those who were capable of ranking in the top 15,100 years ago could not even make it to the top 30 after 100 years had passed. So what if they're fake names? I'm not interested in ranking in the upper realm anyway. It's fine for me to follow them into the grade 3 secret realm. If they're not Duan Lingtian and Huaner, they'll have to pay for their foolishness. Zhang Jinyi's eyes flashed coldly as killing intent surged out of his eyes. Swoosh! Following that, Zhang Jinyi left the place where he had stayed for almost a year to collect more points. After all, he had been pushed out of the upper realm of the southern heaven ancient realm's scoreboard. With Zhang Jinyi's strength, he could easily enter the top 100 even if he only had a month left. In the Wind Thunder Dao sect. In the enforcement hall. The woman named Huana has appeared. Jun Chongshan, one of the vice hall masters of the enforcement hall, said with a frown on his face when he received the news. It's been almost a year since she entered the upper realm, but she's only ranked in the 40th percentile? Moreover, the man named Duan Lingtian is only ranked in the 40th percentile as well. It's been 100 years. Could it be that not only has their strength not improved, but it also hasn't decreased? Jun Chongshan was certain of his conclusion. He was certain that Duan Lingtian and Huana were impostors. Huana was already so strong when she was not even 100 years old. Now that 100 years have passed, I'm sure she's even stronger than before. If she enters the upper realm again, I'm afraid even the Tao scholar Profound Sexian Ruyu won't be a match for her. Moreover, it's highly likely that she's already a celestial lord. Wangchen Chiohe, I'm useless. I can't avenge you anymore. Although Jun Chongshan still had a deep-rooted hatred in his heart, he also knew that it would be difficult for him to avenge his great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Lord Vice Hall Master, an inner disciple is here to see you. At this moment, a voice came from outside, causing Jun Chongshan to come back to his senses. At the same time, he asked the person to call the inner court disciple in. Lord Vice Hall Master. Soon after, the court disciple entered the room. Is there a reason you're looking for me? Jun Chongshan asked faintly. Now, he no longer had the sad look on his face and looked like a normal person. Lord Vice Palace Master, I was eliminated by a woman called Huana 100 years ago. This time, I was eliminated by a man called Duan Lingtian who's standing next to her. The court disciple replied. They've entered the upper realm again. I'm here to inform you about this, Vice Hall Master. What? Jun Chongshan's eyes lit up when he heard the court disciple's words. He did not expect the Duan Lingtian and Huana to be impostors. Are you sure they're Duan Lingtian and Huana? I'm sure. The court disciple nodded confidently. I was eliminated by them 100 years ago. I know very well what they look like. That may be the case, but this time, their rankings are far inferior to the rankings from last time. Jun Chongshan said in a deep voice. I don't know. Perhaps, they want to enter the Grade 3 secret realm to have some fun? After all, many powerful 10 Direction celestial kings have intentionally lowered their rankings to enter the Grade 3 secret realm. The court disciple said. Jun Chongshan's eyes shone brightly. Jun Chongshan's eyes lit up when he heard the court disciple's words. Soon after, a bold decision that he had been contemplating for a long time appeared in his mind. Don't let me find out that you're lying to me. Otherwise, I won't let you off so easily. Jun Chongshan looked at the court disciple again to confirm the latter's words. When he saw the court disciple looking back at him fearlessly, he let the court disciple leave. Even the heavens are on my side. Wangchen Chiohe, I'll avenge you this time. Jun Chongshan muttered to himself with a hint of determination in his eyes. In the next moment, Jun Chongshan took out a pill that shone with a black light and consumed it. Following that, his celestial origin energy began to dissipate. In just 2 hours, a 1 basic celestial lord's cultivation base reverted to that of a 10 directions celestial king. As expected, it's useful. Now that I'm a 10 directions celestial king who has comprehended 9 profundities from the law of fire and 4 profundities to the initial stage, even Yen Ruyu won't be a match for me. If Huana is stronger than me, I'll admit defeat. Otherwise, the upper realm will be her grave. Jun Chongshan's eyes flashed coldly as he took out a formation compass and teleported to the upper realm. Chapter 3208. The reversal poison pill was a harmful celestial pill. If a celestial lord did not use his celestial origin energy to suppress the effects of the pill in time, his cultivation base would regress. Jun Chongshan's cultivation base had regressed from a celestial lord to a 10 directions celestial king after consuming the reversal poison pill. Nevertheless, Jun Chongshan managed to control his celestial origin energy well. Although his cultivation base had regressed to a 10-direction celestial king, the quality of his celestial origin energy was still high. He was not far from becoming a celestial lord again. Naturally, if he wanted to become a celestial lord again, he would have to neutralize the residual toxins from the reversal poison pill first. It would take him at least 30 to 50 years to do so. However, to avenge his great-grandchildren, he was willing to consume the reversal poison pill and enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Vice Hall Master Jun? When Jun Chongshan appeared in a safe zone in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a core disciple from the Wind Thunder Dao sect recognized Jun Chongshan immediately. The core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect was stunned. Wasn't the Vice Hall Master of the Wind and Thunder Dao sect a celestial lord? How did he enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? It was an ironclad rule that only celestial lords were allowed to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. If one broke through and became a celestial lord in the upper realm, one would be forcefully transported out of the upper realm as soon as one broke through. Could it be that Vice Palace Master Jun consumed the reversal poison pill in order to avenge his great-grandchildren? The core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect was familiar with the reversal poison pill since it was one of the celestial pills refined by the chief celestial alchemist of the sect. Naturally, the reversal poison pill was a harmful celestial pill. It seems like Vice Hall Master Jun has learned about Huana's appearance in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. The core disciple from the Wind Thunder Dao sect watched as Jun Chongshan left the safe zone after retrieving his identity jade token. When he saw a few people following Jun Chongshan, a disdainful expression could be seen on his face. You're seeking death! Jun Chongshan was the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. He was a basic celestial lord. Even though his cultivation base had dropped to the level of a 10-direction celestial king, his comprehension of the laws was still intact. In the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Huana was the only person who could compare to Jun Chongshan. Even the true disciple of the Dao scholar profound sect, Yen Ruyu, who had held the first place for 100 years, would not be able to surpass Jun Chongshan in terms of comprehension of the laws. 1 month later. Somewhere in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Zhang Jini killed a middle-aged man with a wave of his hand and plundered his points. Looks like they've either returned to the safe zone, or they didn't eliminate anyone else like me. Zhang Jini glanced at the scoreboard through his identity jade token and discovered Duan Lingtian and Huana's rankings had dropped to the 40s. His eyes flashed as he speculated inwardly. Over the past month, Duan Lingtian and Huana's points remained the same, but their rankings had dropped significantly. The next day would be the day the upper realm's scoreboard would be reset. Therefore, within a day of birth, even if their points dropped again, it would be difficult for their rankings to fall out of the top 50. Let's wait and see. Now that Zhang Jini's points were back in the top 40, he could enter the Grade 3 secret realm with Duan Lingtian and Huan. Naturally, Zhang Jini was not certain if Duan Lingtian and Huan were the real Duan Lingtian and Huan, since they did not look like themselves at all. It's about time. Meanwhile, in another place in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Jun Chongshan, who had been in the upper realm for a month, looked at his ranking through his accumulative point jade and saw he was ranked 59th. Instead of using his real name, Jun Chongshan had used the name Jun Qiuqin. His surname was still his surname. However, he had taken a word from his great-granddaughter, Jun Qiuhe, and a word from his great-grandson, Jun Wangqin. The scoreboard will be reset tomorrow, and the ranking secret realm will open as well. Jun Chongshan's eyes were cold. The Grade 3 secret realm will be their burial ground. In the Imperial Tudor Pavilion of the Profound Nether Mansion. Let's go. Duan Lingtian held Huana's hand as they stepped into the transportation formation on the formation compass and made their way to the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A month ago, they had left the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and returned to the upper realm. During this time, they had spent a lot of time chatting with the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The scoreboard in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm would be reset in an hour. At that time, the ranking secret realm would open. It was time for Duan Lingtian and Huaner to enter the upper realm. After entering the upper realm again, they appeared in the safe zone. This time, they did not attract too much attention. After all, most people's attention was on their identity jade tokens. Most of them were looking at the scoreboard through their identity jade tokens. In just a blink of an eye, an hour had passed. At this time, the final ranking was finally decided. Duan Lingtian and Huaner were pushed down to the 60th place. However, this did not affect their chances of entering the Grade 3 Secret Realm. A total of 70 people will enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. Moreover, they can only stay in there for 10 days. Although Duan Lingtian had not entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm before, he knew a thing or two about it. Moreover, the time spent in the third-class Secret Realm was not limited to just a short period of time. The various opportunities in the third-class Secret Realm required one to face the formation spirits, as well as other tests. The difficulty of the third-class Secret Realm was not comparable to the difficulty of the third-class Secret Realm, let alone the difficulty of the third-class Secret Realm. Compared to the Grade 3 Secret Realm, the Grade 1 Secret Realm was like a free gift. I wonder if all 70 people will be placed in the same place? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It did not take long before Duan Lingtian felt a warmth coming from the identity jade token in his hand. He instinctively tightened his grip on Huaner's hand. In the next moment, his vision darkened. When he regained his vision, he found himself in a cage. This cage was different from an ordinary prison. Looking outside, there were many huge bodies chained up and locked up outside the cage. Among the bear-type celestial beasts, there were smaller celestial beasts as well. There were also some ferocious-looking celestial beasts that Duan Lingtian could not name. Brother Lingtian, these are all illusions. Huaner's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears, startling Duan Lingtian. In terms of illusory techniques, Huaner was 1,000 Phantom's ice fox that only appeared once in a million years in the Phantom Fox clan. She could be said to be the ancestor of illusory techniques. Huaner was not afraid of illusory formations, illusory techniques, and illusory techniques. This was more like Huaner's innate talent. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, he discovered there were 8 other people who were placed in the same place as them. I thought there would be 70 people in one place. I didn't expect there to be 10 people in a group. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Lingtian glanced at the other 8 people. He only saw 2 familiar faces, but the rest were unfamiliar faces. When the 2 familiar faces noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, they also saw Duan Lingtian and Huaner. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. It's Miss Huaner and Duan Lingtian. Huaner! Duan Lingtian? The other 6 people also saw Duan Lingtian and Huaner when they heard the 2 people's surprised voices. This was especially true for Huaner. Her peerless beauty made everything around her pale in comparison. It's really Huaner! I didn't expect it to be them. I thought they were fakes since their names appeared on the scoreboard. Why are they in the Grade 3 Secret Realm? It doesn't matter if they're in the Grade 3 Secret Realm or not. This is a good thing for us. When the other 6 people regained their senses, they were also pleasantly surprised. When the 70 people entered the Grade 3 Secret Realm, they would be divided into 7 groups. One group would be given a bye while the other 6 groups would have to fight each other to determine 3 groups to enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. We're in Group 3. A voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He discovered a token with the word 3 carved on it had appeared out of thin air in the middle of the cell they were in. Group 5 is given a bye. At the same time, an emotionless voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Naturally, the voice did not only ring in Duan Lingtian's ears, but it also rang in the ears of everyone in the cage. All 70 people in the 7 cages heard the voice. Ha ha! It's our Group 5. Let's wait for the Grade 3 Secret Realm. I didn't expect I'd be so lucky. In the past 20 years, this is the first time I've been given a bye. The cage where the people in Group 5 were in was very lively. Most of them were excited, except for one person who stood in the corner with a slight frown on his face. "Brother, we're given a bye. Aren't you happy?" A middle-aged man who was in a good mood asked the young man standing in the corner with a smile on his face. "Get lost. Don't bother me," the young man said coldly. The middle-aged man's expression turned grave immediately. The other 8 people looked at the middle-aged man and the young man as though they were watching a good show. "Brother, I'm just asking out of goodwill. Do you have to be like this?" the middle-aged man asked in a deep voice. It was embarrassing to be humiliated in front of so many people. "Say another word and I'll kill you." The young man glanced at the middle-aged man coldly and said indifferently, "You'll kill me?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Brother, do you know I'm ranked 33rd on the scoreboard this time? You'll kill me?" "Humph!" As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the young man snorted coldly. In the next moment, the young man did not seem to make any movements. However, a faint ripple appeared in the void. In the next moment, the middle-aged man fell to the ground with a mocking smile on his face. Chapter 3209. Upon seeing the middle-aged man's death, the other 8 people's expressions changed drastically. When they looked at the young man again, it was as though they had just seen a ghost. They all knew the middle-aged man who was killed, and they knew that he was stronger than them. However, such a person was killed by the young man in front of them in just a blink of an eye. With his strength, it should be easy for him to enter the Grade 2 secret realm. Why is he in the Grade 3 secret realm? At that instant, the hearts of the 8 cultivators shuddered. At this moment, the 8 of them did not know that even so, they had still underestimated this young man. If the young man wanted to, he would have been ranked first in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm for more than 90 years. Even Yan Ruyu from the Tao Scholar Profound sect was not a match for him. The young man was none other than Zhang Jini, who had changed his name to Dongyu. Initially, he thought he would be able to meet Huaner as soon as he entered the Grade 3 secret realm. He did not expect to find himself in a prison, and Huaner was not among the other 9 prisoners. With his strength, he could easily defeat the other group and enter the Grade 3 secret realm even if we don't get a bye. Now, the 8 of them could understand why this young man didn't feel the slightest bit happy when he found out that the 5th group had a bye. After all, he did not care about being given a bye. "I'm not in the same group as Huaner." Jun Chongshan, who was also known as Jun Qiuqin, was in the 6th group. When he looked around, he discovered there were no women in the same cell as him. All of them were men. "Brother, I've never seen you before. How should I address you?" an old man asked with a smile as he looked at Jun Chongshan. Now, the 8 people in the prison looked like young men and middle-aged men. Only he and the person in front of him looked like an old man, which made him feel a sense of familiarity. "Jun Qiuqin." Jun Chongshan glanced at the old man indifferently. "Jun Qiuqin?" The old man was stunned for a moment before he smiled. "It's an honor to meet you." Naturally, the old man did not remember Jun Qiuqin's name. However, he still greeted Jun Qiuqin out of courtesy. "This is my first time entering the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm using this name." However, Jun Chongshan mercilessly exposed the old man's hypocrisy. Instantly, the smile on the old man's face froze. He scolded angrily. "You are so rude! I gave you face, but you don't give me face? Do I need you to give me face?" Jun Chongshan said disdainfully. He was the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall of the Wind Thunder Dao sect. How could an ordinary 10 Directions Celestial King compare to him? However, the 10 Directions Celestial King had only comprehended one profundity of a law to the initial success stage at most. In his opinion, such a 10 Directions Celestial King could only be considered ordinary. Are all newcomers so hot-tempered these days? The old man's eyes turned cold, and his voice turned cold. It was as if the temperature in the prison had dropped by a few degrees. "What? Are you trying to educate me?" Jun Chongshan sneered. "Not bad." As soon as the old man finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a sea of flames that enveloped his entire body. In the next moment, the old man's figure flickered as he charged at Jun Chongshan like a ball of fire. "You're still too inexperienced to play with fire in front of me." Jun Chongshan smiled coldly in the face of the old man, who seemed to have turned into flames. Then, he too turned into flames and faced the old man. Under the shocked gazes of the other 8 people, Jun Chongshan seemed to have transformed into a ball of fire that shot up into the sky. As soon as he collided with his opponent's fire, he extinguished the flames on his opponent's body. After the flames on his opponent's body were extinguished, his opponent was burned to a crisp. Only a spatial ring was left behind. Jun Chongshan casually put it away. Gasp! 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 All of a sudden, the 8 people in the crowd gasped and looked at Jun Chongshan in a completely different light. With his strength, it should be easy for him to enter the top 30, or even the top 20. The 8 of them thought at the same time. When they thought about this, an expression of joy appeared on their faces. With such a genius in Group 6, they would definitely be able to eliminate the other group. Time continued to pass by quietly. An hour later, a spatial door appeared in Group 5's prison that led to a world filled with beautiful flowers and chirping birds. "How big is the Grade 3 secret realm?" Zhang Jini asked indifferently as he stopped the 8 people from leaving the secret realm. "My lord." After witnessing Zhang Jini's terrifying strength, the 8 people did not dare to be careless. "The Grade 3 secret realm isn't that big. With the speed of an ordinary 10-direction celestial king, it'll only take 1 or 2 days to explore the entire secret realm. However, although the Grade 3 secret realms are not big, the trials and tribulations inside are extremely difficult. The more precious the item is, the more difficult it is to pass the trial. With your strength, I'm sure the trials won't be difficult for you." The 8 of them were all flattering Zhang Jini. An ordinary 10-direction celestial king would only need 1 or 2 days to explore the entire secret realm? Zhang Jini's eyes glinted. He was not worried that he would not be able to find the 2 people who had changed their names to Duan Lingtian and Huan, or even if he did not encounter anyone else. However, after walking out of the Void Gate, Zhang Jini turned around and discovered that the Void Gate was still there. Furthermore, it was open. Beside it, there were 3 other tightly shut void doors. "Milord, behind those 3 void gates is the place where the people who left from the 3 victorious prisons are. After the winners of the battles are decided, they'll come out from the spatial door." Seeing that Zhang Jini was looking at the other 3 tightly shut void doors, a middle-aged man explained, "And our void door will close automatically after everyone comes out. In the future, if you want to leave this place, you'll have to crush your identity jade token or wait for 10 days in the secret realm to send you out." The middle-aged man explained patiently. "You mean, apart from the 3 people who were eliminated, the winners of the 3 prisons will also come out from the spatial doors?" Zhang Jini's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's confirmation. "Yes, my lord." The middle-aged man nodded. "Once the spatial doors open, they'll come out. Once all of them come out, the spatial doors will disappear as well." "All right." Zhang Jini nodded. "My lord, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first," the middle-aged man said. Zhang Jini nodded again before the middle-aged man dared to leave. "In that case, there's no need for me to look for them. I'll just wait here for them to come out." Zhang Jini watched as the void gate he had come out of disappeared along with the other 8 people. Then, his gaze fell on the other 3 void gates that were tightly shut. Meanwhile, Group 3 versus Group 6. In Group 3's prison, the emotionless and cold voice rang out again, resounding in the ears of everyone in the prison. "Our opponent is Group 6. No matter which group it is, with Miss Huaner and Lord Duan Lingtian here, there's no need to fear them." The remaining 8 people were confident in Duan Lingtian and Huaner's abilities. Suddenly, an opening appeared on the side of the cage. A chain bridge that led to the void appeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. "Miss Huaner, Lord Duan Lingtian, once we leave this place, we'll enter the battlefield. It'll be 10 against 10. If you encounter any danger, you can crush your identity jade token and leave, one of the 8 people said to Duan Lingtian and Huaner. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Meanwhile, in Group 6 prison, apart from the person who was killed by Jun Chongshan, the other 7 people were also filled with confidence. With Jun Chongshan's strength, they were not confident they could defeat him even if they joined forces. For this reason, with Jun Chongshan's help, their group would definitely be able to defeat Group 3 and obtain the pass to enter the Grade 3 secret realm. My lord, this way please. In front of Jun Chongshan, the 7 of them respectfully allowed Jun Chongshan to walk in front. Jun Chongshan took the lead and walked out of the prison. He stepped onto the chain bridge that led to the void and walked toward the battlefield where another group of people was fighting. I hope we'll encounter them. Even if we don't, we'll have to deal with our opponents as soon as possible and wait for them outside. When Jun Chongshan was still a core disciple of the Wind Thunder Dao sect, he had entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm before. Therefore, he was very familiar with the secret realms, including the Grade 3 secret realm. The battlefield was a boundless starry sky. Looking from afar, one could see many stars twinkling in the distance. 2 chain bridges that led from 2 different depths of the starry sky led to the battlefield in the middle of the starry sky. With Jun Chongshan in the lead, Group 6 members stepped out of the cage. After the members of the 6th group came out, the members of the 3rd group also came out one after another. They were led by a handsome purple-clothed youth and a breathtakingly beautiful white-clothed woman. What a beautiful woman! Even Ouyang Yue from the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect can't compare to her. It seems like she's Huaner. I thought she's an imposter. After all, with her strength, it shouldn't be difficult for her to enter the Grade 3 secret realm. I really don't understand why she's in the Grade 3 secret realm. The expressions of the members of Group 6 turned solemn when they realized the woman in front of them was Huaner. Jun Chongshan, who was the leader of Group 6, looked at Huaner with sparkling eyes. Chapter 32:10. Jun Chongshan's gaze was so obvious that Duan Lingtian could see the killing intent in Jun Chongshan's eyes. Who's he? Why is he so hostile toward Huaner? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Jun Chongshan's words. As expected of a femme fatale. Today, I'll punish you on behalf of the heavens. Upon hearing Jun Chongshan's words, the 2 groups of people who were still in a stalemate began to make their moves again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan were the only ones who remained calm. However, Jun Chongshan's target was Huaner. Initially, Jun Chongshan's actions were ordinary. However, as he drew closer to Huaner, his profundity from the law of fire was revealed. Whoosh! 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 Jun Chongshan's body was engulfed in flames, and he turned into a man of fire as he charged toward Huaner. The burning profundity, the explosion profundity, and the pillaging profundity to the initial stage, and the fire-style profundity to the initial stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally witnessed Jun Chongshan's strength. Who's this person? Even the person ranked first in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm isn't as strong as him, right? A 10 Directions Celestial King who had comprehended 4 of the profundities from the law of fire to the initial stage. With such strength, he would be invincible in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Even the prodigy from the 10,000 Battles Heaven sect from 100 years ago had only comprehended 3 profundities to the initial stage. However, that prodigy was later replaced by a true disciple from the Tao Scholar Profound sect. Rumor had it that the true disciple was not much stronger than the former. Huaner, there's no rush to kill him. Let's see who he is and why he hates you so much. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huaner. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Jun Chongshan, who was charging toward Huaner, suddenly came to a halt in front of her. The energy that was surging out of his body seemed to have dissipated into thin air. The flames that filled the sky missed him, but he didn't seem to feel anything. Instead, his face was filled with excitement. He urchiner! Great-grandfather has avenged you! Your souls in heaven can rest in peace. Hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian frowned. From the way the old man addressed the two people, he could not guess who they were. Big brother Ling Tian is the great-grandfather of Jun Wangchen and Jun Xiohe of the Wind and Thunder Dao sect. While Duan Lingtian was puzzled, Huaner's voice rang in his ears. At this moment, Jun Chongshan was trapped in an environment created by Huaner. With Huaner's current strength and the inheritance of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, she could trap the old man for quite some time. Not only that, but she could also see the thoughts of the people she trapped in the illusion. This was somewhat similar to a mind-reading technique. Naturally, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was the only one in the Phantom Fox clan who possessed such a technique. As it turns out, it's Jun Wangchen and Jun Xiohe. Duan Lingtian nodded. He clearly remembered the two people. One of them was the first person he and Huaner killed in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, and the other was the second person Huaner killed in the Grade 2 Secret Realm. If the old man was their great-grandfather, it would not be strange for him to seek revenge from Huaner. It seems like he's been targeting us since the beginning. Otherwise, with his strength, there's no need for him to enter the Grade 3 Secret Realm. Moreover, he must have consumed the reversal poison pill from the Wind and Thunder Dao sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Previously, after killing Jun Xiohe, Duan Lingtian had talked to the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion about the Wind and Thunder Dao sect. Based on that, he learned that Jun Xiohe and Jun Wangchen's great-grandfather was the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall of the Wind and Thunder Dao sect. Moreover, he was a one-basic celestial lord. It was impossible for a one-basic celestial lord to enter the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. For this reason, there was only one possibility. The old man must have consumed the reversal poison pill. The reversal poison pill from the Wind and Thunder Dao sect was a famous celestial pill in the Southern Heaven territory. Naturally, it was famous because of its toxicity and side effects. He's really bold. He's willing to consume the reversal poison pill just to avenge his great-grandchildren. Duan Lingtian had a high opinion of the old man. After all, it was rare for people to consume the reversal poison pill. Most people would use it to harm others. Since I've learned everything I need to know, it's time to send him on his way. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he glanced at the old man indifferently. Then, he disappeared from his spot and reappeared behind the old man. Bang! When Duan Lingtian's palm landed on the old man finally snapped out of his trance. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the space elemental profundity surged into the old man's body. Impossible! Jun Chongshan's eyes widened in shock when he saw Huaner standing there unscathed. At the same time, his body was shattered by Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Jun Chongshan, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall of the Wind and Thunder Dao sect, had died in the Wind and Thunder Dao sect. Meanwhile, in the Wind and Thunder Dao sect's high-ranking official's soul orbs, a disciple who usually guarded a pile of soul orbs, discovered that Wang Chongshan's soul orb had shattered. He immediately reported this matter to one of the vice sect leaders of the Wind and Thunder Dao sect. A few days later, the Wind and Thunder Dao sect investigated Wang Chongshan's death and learned that he had consumed the reversal poison pill and entered the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Naturally, this was a story for another day. After Duan Lingtian killed Jun Chongshan with Huaner's help in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he turned to look at the others. At this moment, the 8 people in his group were evenly matched with the 8 people in his group. When one of the 8 people saw Wang Chongshan had been killed and Duan Lingtian and Huaner were unharmed, he was so frightened that he crushed his identity jade token and fled the scene. Naturally, the escape of one of the 8 people attracted the attention of the others. Therefore, the remaining 7 people also crushed their identity jade tokens and fled the scene. The 8 people in Duan Lingtian's group did not know what was going on at first. However, when they saw the 8 people in their group had fled, they began to realize what had happened. When they turned around, they saw Duan Lingtian and Huaner standing there. However, their leader was nowhere to be seen. For a moment, they were certain of their suspicions. That Jun Chongshan didn't even have the chance to display his full strength before he died. However, it's not a surprise that he was killed by Huaner's illusion. Although Huaner's illusion was powerful, it had a time limit. With Huaner's current cultivation base, she could only maintain it for a few breaths at most. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian had teleported behind Wang Chongshan and launched a sneak attack on him, Wang Chongshan had regained his senses. This was because the illusion's duration was up. With Huaner's strength, it would take her at least a few days to set up the illusion again. The door is open! We can finally enter the Grade 3 secret realm! After Wang Chongshan's death, the 8 people in his group crushed their identity jade tokens and fled the scene. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huaner's group finally emerged victorious. At this moment, a void gate appeared in the boundless starry sky and slowly opened. However, behind the void gate, it was dark and gloomy. It was impossible to see what was going on inside. Meanwhile, on the other side of the void gate. The void gate opened so quickly? Zhang Jini's eyes lit up when he saw one of the 3 void gates open. It seems that this group of people is quite strong. If Duan Lingtian and Huan aren't imposters and are only here to experience the Grade 3 secret realm, they're most likely part of this group. Zhang Jini speculated inwardly. A moment later, the void gate opened and figures passed through it, appearing in front of Zhang Jini in the blink of an eye. There were 8 of them in total. However, 2 of them had yet to appear. Just as the 8 people were about to leave, Zhang Jini stopped them. There are 2 people left in your group. Do you know who they are? Get lost! One of the hot-tempered people among the 8 people shouted at Zhang Jini. It was only natural for him to suffer a miserable fate. Zhang Jini's eyes flashed as he casually waved his hand. A ray of golden light shot out, creating ripples in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the person who shouted at Zhang Jini died. He did not even have time to take out his identity jade token and crush it. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the remaining 7 people changed drastically. My lord, the remaining 2 people are Duan Lingtian and Huaner. A young man among the 7 people immediately betrayed Duan Lingtian and Huaner. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to stay alive. He did not feel safe at all when he saw how ruthless Duan Lingtian was. Duan Lingtian and Huaner? Are they imposters? Zhang Jini asked in a deep voice. They can't be imposters. Another person shook his head and said, Let's not talk about Duan Lingtian. Huaner is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my thousands of years of life. She's so beautiful that it's suffocating. Although Ouyang Yue from the 100 Flowers Celestial Sect was known as the most beautiful woman in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, she's nothing compared to Huaner. At this time, the others also voiced out their agreement. As expected, it's them. After hearing their words, Zhang Jini's eyes lit up. Then, as the 7 people looked at him nervously, he attacked again. Buzz! A ray of golden light shot out and took the lives of the 7 people. Whether it was the person who had been killed by Zhang Jini or the 7 of them, all of them had a blank look in their eyes the moment they were killed. Zhang Jini had used his innate talent as a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan before he killed the 7 people. With just a thought, he could spread out his mental strength and affect a person's attention. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as the 7 of them were casually killed by Zhang Jini, 2 more figures walked out of the open void door. Chapter 32:11. You're finally out. Although Zhang Jini had never seen Duan Lingtian and Huaner before, based on Huaner's peerless appearance and the aura she exuded, he was certain they were Duan Lingtian and Huaner. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huaner came out, they discovered their teammates had been killed by the young man in front of them. Upon seeing the young man's appearance, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly as memories from 100 years ago surfaced in his mind. He's Zhang Jini, the envoy from the Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory of the 7 upper regions 100 years ago. Duan Lingtian had met Zhang Jini when they were hiding in the little world in the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. For this reason, he recognized Zhang Jini immediately. It's been 100 years, but he still hasn't left the Southern Heaven Territory. It seems like the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory still hasn't given up on Huaner. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Brother Lingtian, he's from the Phantom Fox clan. Moreover, I think I've seen him somewhere before. He looks familiar to me. I think he looks familiar. Duan Lingtian heard Huaner's voice transmission. Huaner, do you remember when we were hiding in the Palace Master's little world in the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion 100 years ago? Duan Lingtian reminded Huaner. It's him. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan finally remembered. After all, if it had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian, she would not take it to heart. Huaner, leave him to me. I'll kill him. Don't make a move. Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. If he finds out you're a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox and reports back to the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory, we're not afraid of leaving the spirit overarching heaven. However, the Palace Master and the others will be implicated. That's why we can't let him spread the news of you back to the Heavenly Weave after discovering your identity. Duan Lingtian's voice was very serious. He and Huaner could simply leave. However, the Profound Nether Mansion was different. He was indebted to the Profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion, so he did not want to leave a threat behind before he left. If the main Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory made a move, the Profound Nether Mansion would be annihilated. At that time, even the clans that supported the Profound Nether Mansion would not dare to interfere. Big Brother Lingtian, I understand. Upon hearing the seriousness in Duan Lingtian's words, Huaner's expression turned slightly solemn. The turbulent celestial origin energy in her body gradually calmed down as well. Who are you? From what you're saying, you're waiting for us? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Jini calmly and asked. Not bad. Zhang Jini nodded. Without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, golden light erupted from his body as he charged toward Huaner. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Zhang Jini, who was charging toward him. Zhang Jini's eyes flashed coldly. You're no match for me. Zhang Jini stopped moving and looked at Duan Lingtian as he said coldly. You're not even as strong as her, right? Let her deal with you. If you want her to deal with you, you'll have to defeat me first. Duan Lingtian smirked. If Zhang Jini had said he was no match for him 100 years ago, he would have been speechless. However, now, he did not take Zhang Jini seriously at all. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Jini's eyes turned cold. At this moment, a wave of spiritual energy that was compressed by his soul energy spread out and swept toward Duan Lingtian. This was the innate ability of a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan. It allowed him to distract his opponent for a split second. When Zhang Jini's spiritual energy landed on Duan Lingtian, he was shocked to discover that Duan Lingtian was not affected at all. Instead, Duan Lingtian merely looked at him with a faint smile on his face. So, this is all you have? Your spiritual energy isn't bad. Unfortunately, it's useless against me. Duan Lingtian grinned. Earlier, Zhang Jini's spiritual energy had attacked Duan Lingtian's soul. However, it was easily blocked by the profound divine metal, one of the 5 divine elements in his body. Although the profound divine metal was only in its 3rd form, it could borrow Duan Lingtian's spiritual energy. As long as it was not a soul attack that was much stronger than his soul, the profound divine metal could easily block it. You have a Soul Defense King grade celestial weapon? Zhang Jini asked in a deep voice as his eyes widened slightly. A Soul Defense King grade celestial weapon could easily block most soul attacks from celestial lords. Just take it as a yes. In any case, this move of yours is useless against me, Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had learned that Zhang Jini was using an innate ability of a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan. It was an innate ability of a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan. However, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of this attack at all. If a celestial lord from the Phantom Fox clan had used this technique, he might have been wary of it. However, Zhang Jini was only a 10 Directions celestial king, so he was not worried about it at all. Since it's useless against you, I'll use my full strength to crush you, Zhang Jini said with a smile. Golden light shone from his body as the silhouette of a guardian king appeared around him. The guardian king grade profundity. With just a glance, Duanling Tian discovered the profundity Zhang Jini had cast was the Law of Metal's guardian profundity. The guardian king grade profundity was mainly defensive, but it could also increase the user's strength. Following that, Zhang Jini raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. Black mist swirled around the sword, and blood-red inscriptions could be seen on the sword. Your royal-grade celestial sword is stronger than ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. With just a glance, Duanling Tian could tell the sword in Zhang Jini's hand was extraordinary. Although it was not as good as the Yin-Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring that was a combination of the mystical Yin 9 Water Chestnut Ring and the mystical Yang 9 Water Chestnut Ring, it was still superior to ordinary royal-grade celestial weapons. I'll take your life in 3 strikes at most, Zhang Jini said coldly. Then, he turned into a ray of golden light and shot toward Duanling Tian at lightning speed. However, before he could get close to Duanling Tian had already teleported away. At the same time, Huaner had also teleported away to watch the battle from afar. Huaner's location was perfect. If Zhang Jini wanted to attack her, he would have to pass by Duanling Tian. At that time, he would definitely be blocked by Duanling Tian. Therefore, if Zhang Jini wanted to attack Huaner, he would have to defeat, or even kill Duanling Tian first. I'd like to see how many times you can dodge. Zhang Jini transformed into a streak of golden light again, and flew toward Duanling Tian like a shooting star in the night sky. This time, Zhang Jini seemed to have become one with the sword in his hand. A long and narrow sword ray that emitted a sharp aura shot out. Swoosh! 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 A strange sound rang in the air as the sword ray pierced through the void. It was as though the void was about to be torn apart. Do I need to dodge to deal with you? Duanling Tian sneered as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and merged with the space elemental profundity. With 99 heavenly veins, although Duanling Tian was only a 9 palaces celestial king, his celestial origin energy was much faster than most 10 Directions celestial kings. Zhang Jini was one of them. At the same time, Zhang Jini's spatial territory spread out with Duanling Tian in the center, blocking Zhang Jini's path as soon as he entered the spatial territory. It was difficult for the golden sword ray to move in the spatial territory. This was because the spatial territory contained Duanling Tian's spatial territory profundity and the distortion profundity. Humph! Your comprehension of the law of space isn't bad, but it's nothing compared to me, Zhang Jini. Zhang Jini let out a cold snort. Following which, the golden sword light suddenly expanded once again, and the speed of its advance suddenly increased. Swoosh! The sword ray flashed and easily penetrated the spatial territory before it flashed towards Duanling Tian. Just in time! Duanling Tian's eyes flashed with a golden light as he faced the incoming sword ray. Without dodging, he threw a punch at the air. 3 spatial tiers appeared in the air as 3 cross-dimensional /profundity appeared. In the next moment, the chaotic spatial energy merged with the 3 cross-dimensional /profundity and formed a fist silhouette that met the golden sword ray head-on. The fist silhouette contained all the offensive profundities from the law of space that Duanling Tian had comprehended. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as the golden sword ray was completely destroyed by the fist silhouette. At the same time, a wretched figure was sent flying into the distance. At this moment, the silhouette of a blood-red armor appeared on Zhang Jini's body. It was his defensive celestial weapon. A purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon? Duanling Tian's eyes flashed as he said with a faint smile on his face. If it weren't for this celestial weapon, you'd be dead by now. How's that possible? Zhang Jini looked at Duanling Tian in disbelief. How did you defeat me without using a celestial weapon? How many profundities from the law of space have you comprehended to the initial stage? A 9 Palaces celestial king was able to defeat him without using a celestial weapon. Moreover, he had only managed to survive because of his purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He could not accept this. After all, he was one of the top 3 powerhouses in the Zhang clan and the Phantom Fox clan who were below the Celestial Lord realm. However, a 9 Palaces celestial king who was much stronger than him had appeared in a small place like the Southern Heaven Territory. Do you want to know? Duan Lingtian asked with a grin on his face. Zhang Jini narrowed his eyes. He was about to listen to Duan Lingtian's next words when he suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian teleported and disappeared from his spot, leaving only a silhouette that gradually disappeared before Zhang Jini's eyes. This is bad. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.